Second call for class number 2, Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126. This will be your second call to the Schroyer Livestock Show Stock Makeup Arena. Second call, class number 2. Well, good morning, everyone, and again, welcome to the 2026 Junior Fair Market Lamb Show here at the Ohio State Fair. Going to have a great show today. We started off yesterday with an excellent showmanship divisions all the way through. Had a lot of fun. Had a great commercial show yesterday afternoon. And coming in today, and we're expecting to see, again, another great Market Lamb show here at the Ohio State Fair. Our judge for the day is Mr. Wade Franklin. Wade is a 1998 graduate of Kansas State University and was a member of the 1997 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Together with his wife, Clayton, and son, Hudson, they own and operate Franklin Show Lambs in Shallowater, Texas. Additionally, Wade serves as a feed representative and consultant for High Noon Feeds. Let's give Mr. Franklin a nice warm welcome this morning here at the Ohio State Fair. And boy, is this ever perfect weather to show in. Going to make a final call. Final call for class number 2. Class number 2, Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126. This will be your final call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Again, a reminder to your exhibitors, you need to bring your cards. Today you will be using your yellow card. Yellow card today. So tomorrow, if you're showing tomorrow, you'll use the back card, which will be the white card for tomorrow. So today, bring your yellow card. We're down to our final 5 in class number 1. Before the placing of each class, we'll have a way back of your top 5. As I said, 6. And we appreciate our sponsor for our scales this year is Shell House Livestock Company. Our results of class number 1, Hampshire Lambs weighing 99 to 118 pounds. First place goes to Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Second place goes to Hunter Salzner from Seville. Third place, Dallas Cribaheny from Richwood. Fourth, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Fifth, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Sixth, Carter Prince from Conover. Seventh, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Eighth place, Zayden Wooten from Salem. Ninth place, Gentry Kreutzer from Kansas. And 10th place, Sierra Boyce from Franklin. Again, we'd like to congratulate the first place from the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb Exhibitor by Dallas Cribaheny, receiving $300, bred by Berry Farms. We also want to proudly recognize second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Shelby Bays, receiving $200, bred by Sloan Club Lambs. In the ring, we have Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126, Class 2. I'd like to make a first call for Class number 3. Class number 3, Hampshire Lambs weighing 127 to 132. First call, Class number 3. As you look around the ring, we have several banners from sponsors of our Junior Fair Market Lamb show, and we'll try to recognize those throughout the day. Again, you can't have a show without a great set of sponsors. Also, the big committee would like to congratulate all of the Junior Market Lamb exhibitors on all of your dedication throughout this year's Ohio State Fair. The big committee was founded on a simple belief: bred well, raised right. We want to thanks for the generous support of our title sponsors, A.J. Boofer and Son, and Farm Credit. Our Junior Market Lamb Show sponsor, Performance Feed and Seed, and all the many dedicated breeders, businesses, and families. We're proud to recognize the accomplishments of the Ohio Outstanding Junior Sheep Exhibitors.
Double check on camera.
Testing.
Second call for class number 3. Second call, class number 3, Hampshire Lambs weighing 127 to 132. Second call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Last call for class number 3, Hampshire Lambs weighing 127 to 132. Last call. Junior Fair exhibitors, if there is a point today where you know you're going to scratch a lamb, we would appreciate if you would let the gals down at the makeup arena know ahead of time. That way we're not waiting on that particular lamb and looking for you. So if you could, we appreciate you coming to the makeup arena in prompt fashion. But if you know that you're going to be a scratch, we'd appreciate if you would let us know.
really good class. And the first class I thought was really, really good. And then this one, we stepped it up just a nickel. I think all 5 of these, in my opinion, are really impressive sheep. And I'm sure when the young people sheared them a day or two ago, I'm sure they were all thinking they're going to get a blue ribbon because they're that kind of quality, in my opinion. I think it is close up here in first and second, and they're a little bit different to look at. I mean, the one that wins, his pelt's a little bit different. He comes to town just more aggressive in his back shape. I think he comes to town just a little nicer there in the heel of his loin, and where I really like him is when we get him in motion. He stays coordinated, he stays flexible, really level in his top line. The young lady just did a nice job of getting that booger drove. I like that sheep a great deal. This one here is fancy, and compared to our class winner, he's got a little more of that white feature that we all like, and he's really pretty headed. He's tall fronted, he's shallow. He's got a really good look from the outside. When I get my hands on that bugger, there's not quite as much sheep. And where I'm going to beat him today is when you judge him right here up front. There's not as much chest, there's not as much arm, and just as much general stoutness at the surface. Now, I know he's got a ton of wool on him, and he's crazy furry, but I just wish skeletally he just come to town just a notch more like our class winner, but that is an awfully, awfully good sheep to stand second in a good class. The one here in third is one that I gravitate to when I put my hands on that thing. That thing is dense back. He is creasy, he's edgy, he's muscular, he's shapely. I want to re-engineer his hip and his hind leg. I want to lengthen out that rump, level it up just a little bit, and when you get him in motion, I want him to go with just a little more flexibility and a little more coordination. But I'm telling you, when you touch that bugger, he handles awfully, awfully impressive. You did a good job with your feed bucket, young lady. This one here is probably the stoutest and widest of the entire class, and that's what I like about him. He's got a big old chest, a great big forearm. He is round and opened up in the front side of his cage. He's muscular and dimensional in his hip and in his stifle. Of the top 4, he's the deepest, he's the plainest, and when we get him in motion, he's the one that comes in train and falls apart just a little bit in terms of holding his top line, still keeping his shoulder up, and moving with some athleticism and some elegance at the same time. But if you like muscle and power, that one probably going to win because that thing is really grizzly bear stout. I like that sheep a lot. This one here is not as fancy as the 4 that precede her, but that ewe lamb is dense back, she's muscular, she's shapely. She's not as wide from the backside as a couple of the other ones, and I want her to go just a little more flexible and a little more coordinated on both ends. Let's congratulate them. Awfully nice set of lambs.
Okay, class number 2. Class number 2 results. Hampshire Lambs weighing 119 to 126 pounds. First place goes to Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Second place goes to Oscana Gossard from Herod. Third place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Fourth place, Avery Rice from Farmdale. Fifth place, Bryson Bays from Ashland. Sixth place, Morgan Neal from Bellevue. Seventh place, Mallory Snyder, Fort Laramie. Eighth place, Ava Valerie from South Charleston. Ninth place, Bryn Shear from Shreve. And 10th place, Afton Graham from Patriot. Congratulations to the first place Big Committee Breeders Award. Market Lamb exhibited by Oscana Gossard. She'll be receiving $300 bred by Mulliken Club Lambs. We also want to recognize second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Hayden Bryant. She'll be receiving $200 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. In the ring, we have class number 3. These are Hampshire Lambs weighing 127 to 132. First call, class number 4. Hampshire Lambs weighing 133 to 139. First call, class 4. While we're starting here at the beginning of this class, in 2026, our only third time that the opportunity for live streaming here at the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show has been provided. And it's been provided as part of the Sheep Barn promotional auction. The company that has been tasked with providing the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show live streaming is Ringside Live. They will be live streaming during the 3 days of the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb shows. Our sponsors for this year's Ohio State Fair Junior Market Lamb Show for live streaming include Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds. Again, there's also rotating ads provided by Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, and Johnson Show Lambs. The funds above and beyond the live streaming expenses will be included as part of the incentive payments for the Junior Fair Market Lamb shows. Second call for class number 4. Second call, Hampshire Lambs weighing 133 to 139 pounds. Second call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Last call for class number 4. Last call, class number 4. Hampshire Lambs win 133 to 139.
Again, a very impressive set of lambs, and the top duo up here at the top are both exceptional in my opinion. Those sheep are stout, bold, dimensional. Both of those sheep, though, and I'm gonna pick on them just a wee bit. I've changed their hind leg just a nickel in motion on both of these critters, but I'm telling you, them sheep got a lot to them. They got a lot of power, really dimensional. This is the better looking one in my opinion, and when you study him and the floor of his chest and how his sternum is just a little more snug and a little more up than that one. And then he has an advantage too, I think, and just in terms of maybe being just a little more agile and a little more flexible. He's obviously bigger at the surface, which I like that about him, and some of that's just due to the fact that he's got a little more fuzz and a little more fur, which is all good stuff. But that is a shapely, muscular, toned up bugger that has an awfully good look up front. Congratulations on winning a heck of a good class. This one here up front, in terms of just his width and his arm, suits me a great deal. That is a great big chested, great big forearm sheep that probably has as much true raw muscle working down his spine as any sheep that's hit the surface at this point. I want to change him on his hind leg. I want to square up his hip a little bit, and then compared to our class winner, he's not quite as nice there in the floor of his chest. But what you did good, you fed that thing exactly how I like him to be fed, because he is firm, hard, dense. That's an awfully, awfully nice sheep. Congratulations. This one here is probably the best built sheep in the entire top 5. That thing is tall fronted, shallow, sporty, cagey, and cheeky, which I like. Now this thing's starting to show some signs of some wear and tear in my opinion. He's not as fresh as those two. His pelt is starting to play out just a nickel. I don't know if he's been on the road too much or exactly. I just wish that booger was fresher and come to town with just a little more polish compared to the two that preceded. But that is an awfully, awfully nice sheep. Congratulations to you, young lady. This one here is shapely, expressive. She's not as wide from the backside. She wants to funnel just a little bit there at the top of her rump and wants to fade, in my opinion, in the heel of her stifle just a little bit. But I like her up front. I like her dimension a great deal. Congratulations. And this thing is stout, wide, and burly. He's a little flat there in the front side of his cage, and he's the most upright in terms of his shoulder and his setup up front. I want to give him just a little more flexibility, lay that knee back in him a little nicer, but that's an awfully good sheep as well. Let's congratulate him. I'm proud of him.
Our results, class number 3, Hampshire Lambs win 127 to 132 pounds. First place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place, Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. Third place, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Fourth place, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Fifth place, Carly Mag from Ottawa. Sixth, Betsy Young Peter from Spencerville. Seventh, Dallas Cribbenny from Richwood. Eighth place, Afton Graham from Patriot. Ninth place, Bria White from Ashland. And 10th place, Claire Lampy from Bowling Green. In our last class, congratulations from our first place Big Committee Breeder Award. That market lamb was exhibited by Ella Altizer. She receives $300, and it was bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. We also want to proudly recognize a second place Big Breeder Committee Award. Market lamb exhibited by Carly Mag. She's receiving $200, and it was bred by Amstutz Show Lambs. Again, we'd like to thank and recognize recipients of the Big Committee Breeder Program Award. First call for class number 5. Class 5, Hampshire Lambs weighing 140 to 161. That'll be our final Hampshire class of the day. In the ring, makeup ring, we need class number 5 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. First call. Second call for class number 5. Second call, class 5. Hampshire Lambs weighing 140 to 161. Each year, the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Sheep Barn has a promotion program. In 2026, the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Makeup Ring promotional banner was purchased by Schroyer Showstock. Again, the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn promotion program is a fundraising program for the Market Lamb Show. And again, we appreciate Schroyer Showstock for the banner above the makeup ring. That is located there at the east end of the Brown Sheep Barn Arena. Last call for class number 5, Hampshire Lambs weighing 140 to 161. This will be your final call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
The Hampshire division to this point has been tremendous. And last year I thought, at least in the open show, I thought the Hamps were nice, but I didn't see this kind of caliber of sheep in my opinion. I mean, we've got sheep over here in 3rd and 4th that I'm sure those people thought they had a chance to win the sheep show because they are awfully impressive sheep. And when it gets this good, it comes down to small things. Top 2 are both very nice, and the one that wins, that's how one's supposed to be built up front, in my opinion. That thing is extra shallow. What I like the most about him, and that's where he's going to beat this bugger, the transition from his blade to his cage and how his neck just hinges to the top side of his shoulder and screams out of his spine up front. That's exactly how I want one. Now that thing handles good, he's dense, he's firm, he's not as cagey, and he's maybe just not quite as wildly muscled down his spine as the one in 2nd, but just up front, that's how I prefer. Now, I'm gonna pick on him a little bit. I want him to go nicer off his hind leg, and he's a little bit steeper, maybe just a little straighter than I'm necessarily shopping for, but I hate beating good sheep by a technicality, and I think if I beat on his back leg too much, it'd just be beating a good sheep for a technicality, but that is an awfully nice one. Did a good job getting that bugger shown and presented. This one here is Creasy. That thing is ditch back, muscular, shapely, got that extra cage that I'm shopping for. He's really cheeky and muscular from the backside. And a couple things with him I want to fix. His neck and shoulder attachment's not quite as nice as our class winner. I want to make him come just a little more plumb there in the heel of his loin. And he's another one, and I hate picking on one too much. He's another one that I might change just a wee bit there on his hind end to give him just a little more flexibility and coordination. But from a carcass merit standpoint, that's as good a sheep as I've seen at this point. That thing handles extremely well. Congratulations to you. This is a good-looking bugger, and he resembles our class winner in terms of his front-end design and front-end assembly. He's tall-fronted, he's shallow, his shoulder set up is nice, his neck is nice, he's creased up. Compared to those two, he's not as wide in his chest, he's not as big in his arm, and when I watch him travel right there, I want to square that guy up and give him just a little more base width at the surface. But I like his front end a great deal. That's an awfully good sheep. This one here has got as much product and as much muscle as any. That sheep has got a big old back in him. He's dense, he's firm, he's shapely, he's creasy. Compared to those three, he's the deepest, he's the boldest up front. I've seen a little bit of signs of maturity in that thing. He just looks a nickel older to me. I want to shallow him up in his chest, make his front end a little nicer, maybe back his birth date up just a little bit to give him a little more youthful look. But I do like putting my hands on him because he has got a tremendous amount of muscle. And this one's not as fancy as those. She's a little basic in her design. That ewe lamb's tall fronted, she's level, she's square, just not as much stuff. Let's congratulate them. They did a good job.
Our results of class number 4, Hampshire Weather Lambs weighing 133 to 139 pounds. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place goes to Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Third, Reese Toller from Bidwell. Fourth place, Reese Cook from Mansfield. Fifth place, Avery Kramer, Wapakoneta. Sixth place, Justin Grassball from Creston. Seventh place, Jamie Maxson from Conover. Eighth place, Gabriella Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. Ninth place, Cameron Winner from New Weston. And 10th place, Haley Blosser from Amanda. From our Big Committee Big Breeder program, from class number 4, congratulations to the first place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Carson Narup, receiving $300 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. We also proudly want to recognize the second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Grayson Clark, receiving $200 bred by H.C. Showstock. In the ring, we have class number 5. This will be our last class of Hampshire lambs. These lambs weigh 140 to 161. We will now ask the first and second place exhibitor in class 1 through 4. Hampshires, class 1 through 4. We need to have those to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena for our champion and reserve Hampshire lambs. Again, class 1 through 4, first and second, we need to have those to the makeup arena as soon as possible. Again, we need to get the class winners and second place class winners of each of class 1 through 4 of the Hampshire division. We need to have you to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena to show for your champion and reserve champion Hampshires. The gals are down there ready to take you in. We'll be ready to go with that in just a couple minutes. Again, exhibitors, you will be using your entry card this year, or for today, will be the yellow card. Had a few people bring up the white card, the hard copy. That's the one that'll be used for tomorrow for the open show. Today, your entry card that you bring to the ring will be the yellow card. Last call for the first and second place individuals in class 1 through 4 Hampshire Lambs. This will be your last call. Ready to shut the gates.
Again, really impressive class, and I think I've got good choices, especially the top trio. I think all those sheep are big-time contenders, and I'm sure the young people, when they sheared them, thought they were bringing the champ, and I think it's really, really close. I think all three are just really, really good ones. They're a little bit different as they come to town. The one that wins, and he's maybe not as pretty as those two just in terms of his pelt. He looks like he needs to run a little faster, okay? But you get through that. He's got a little road rash and those kind of things. But compared to that one, he's bigger in his chest. He's quite a bit more opened up in the front side of his cage. And that thing is woofy backed. That thing has got a crease down his top. He's firm. He's dense. He's muscular. And he's got a great big cheek in him. And I like him back there a great deal. He's a little ouchy on his back wheels. But I think all three of them, I might re-engineer just a nickel. We've got these things stout and wide and burly, which I like. But when you get them that way, sometimes you got to live with just a little wobble. And he's got just a nickel's worth of wobble on his hind leg. But past that, that sucker is really nice. You did a good job showing him, too. Congratulations there, bud. This one is fancy. And he comes to town with lots of polish, lots of feature. He's got them big white fuzzy fur, which we all like. He's really pretty headed, which we all like. He's tall fronted. He's level, he's square. He is dimensional and muscular, but compared to that one, there's not as much chest, there's not as much arm, and I want to pry him apart in the front side of his cage and just make him a little nicer there. But compared to that one, I think he's just a little more flexible of his hind leg. He takes the ring with just a little more comfort and a little more cushion. That's an awfully, awfully nice sheep. This is one of my favorite touching ones that we've had up until this point. That thing has got a creased up, dense, muscular shape to his spine. He's cheeky, he's wide, he's dimensional. I want him to go a little nicer. When she gets him stopped and propped, That look of silhouette is for sure a class-winning type sheep. When we get him in motion, he's just a little straight and a little restricted off his hind leg. I think he just needs to go with more authority and more aggression, but an awfully sheep to stand third, good sheep to stand third in a competitive class. Here's another one that's fancy and's got lots of polish, good design sheep. A little bit deeper in the floor of his chairs compared to those, and I'm going to beat on him a little bit. He's a little barky for me. I want to lean that critter up, shave a little back fat off of him, and make him touch just a little nicer. This one's tall-fronted, extended, got great big paws. He's a little too steep and a little upright for me. I want to set his shoulder back, set him back in his knee, see him go just a little more flexible. Let's congratulate him. Awfully good class. Good job, bud.
Did you not like his shoulder?
Yeah, just a little.
Our results are class number 5. Class number 5, this is our last class of the Hampshires. Lambs win 140 to 161 pounds. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place, Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Third place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Fourth place, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Fifth, Carly Mag from Ottawa. Sixth, Lacey Greer from Salem. Seventh place, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Eighth place, Claire Nichols from Sycamore. Ninth, Avery Landon from Marion. And 10th place, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Again, we'd like to congratulate the first place big committee breeders of the last class award market lamb exhibited by Kendall Davies. She receives $300 bred by Tuck Brothers. And second place in the big committee breeder award market lamb was exhibited by Carly Mag, receiving $200 from Emstutz Show Lambs. Now we're ready to show for your overall grand and reserve champion Hampshire Lambs. Coming out of class number 1, Hampshire Lambs weighing 99 to 118 pounds. First place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Our runner-up in class number 1 was Hunter Saltzner from Seville. Out of class number 2, 22 head shown lambs weighing 119 to 126 pounds. First place, Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Our runner-up in class number 2 was Askana Gossard from Herod. In class number 3, 21 head shown lambs weighing 127 to 132 pounds. First place was Adlin Bryant from Ashland. Our runner-up in class number 3 was Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. In class number 4, there were 21 head shown. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Our runner-up in that class was Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. In class number 5, 21 head shown lambs weighing 140 to 161. First place was Carson Narup from Loveland. And our runner-up in class number 5 was Kendall Davies from Bowling Green.
Rick Smith. And he will be selecting the top, or placing the top 5 in the breeds.
Again, we're going to be selecting the top 5 in each one of the breeds. We'll have awards through our promotional auctions. In the Hampshire classes, the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show was sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds Formula for Champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, and the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council.
But that might be why some of them are balking going in there, is that they think they're going on treadmill rather than moving on.
Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors of our banners. For our Champion Hampshire Market Lamb banner, our sponsor this year is the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. Our Reserve Champion Market Lamb Hampshire banner will be presented by Roger M. Hunker, auctioneer. The third, fourth, and fifth place banners are sponsored by Lead, OSWP, and Big. First call for class number 6, all Shropshire Lambs. Be a large class. All Shropshire Lambs, class number 6. We need to have those to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. All Shropshire's, class number 6. Those lambs weigh 114 to 159. Second call, all Shropshires, that's class number 6. All Shropshires, we need to have those to the Makeup Arena.
Before we dive back into these sheep, I just want you folks to know how impressed I am with this group of Hampshire sheep that came back in the ring. And I was, in all seriousness, I thought the Hampshire show and the Open show last year was good, but in my opinion, there's a bunch of woofy ones out here that these people brought them to town to win, and unfortunately, sometimes we fall a little bit short because the judge, has to make a decision. I like all of them a great deal, and I appreciate you young people for bringing them to me. And before we get into them, let's congratulate this group. They did an outstanding job. I'm not going to talk too much. We're going to pick 5, which is, I think, kind of a neat deal. Because to be 4th or 5th overall in this Hampshire division, that says a lot, because that means you beat a tremendous amount of people and a tremendous amount of good sheep. And so we're going to take our time and try to get it right. The young lady that wins the lightest class, that sheep's got a big future. Now, he doesn't have as much polish, and he's a little darker featured kind of a sheep, which don't bug me too much. But when you get into him and study him in his cage and his back and his hip and his hind leg, there's a lot of sheep there for one at his weight. I think in time and a little more groceries and just a little more maturity, if that thing will just get big enough, he's got a real fighting chance. And a young man that was 2nd, I'd like to take him to Texas and put on a little showmanship clinic, because that little boy can show sheep as good as anybody, and I appreciate that. That's how you stab one, in my opinion. I wish his sheep had just a little more stuff, but man, I like how he got that thing shown and presented. This was a really good class, and I like both of these two a great deal. This one has just a little more stuff than that one. Both of those sheep are fantastic. I actually think the one that stands 2nd, if you think about what he's going to look like in another 45 days with just a little more back and just a little more to him, with the kind of polish and presence he has, I think that sheep's got a real fighting chance to be good on down the line. I like both of them a great deal today. I think both are just outstanding. This was a really good class, and both those sheep had a tremendous amount of muscle, big chested, big arm, big backs, big hind legs. The difference is I think this one was just a nickel shallower. I think he reads just a little neater in his front end assembly when we get him stopped. I wish he was taller fronted. And he's one of, I think about later on in life a little bit, is just how big is that bugger going to get? Compared to a couple of the other ones, I want to jack him up in his front, give him just a little more elite look there. But that pair was awfully stout and awfully burly. I like both of them a great deal. As we talked when this young man won that class, up front, this is my favorite one. That bugger is good in the floor of his chest. He is smooth and transitions nice from the point of his shoulder to his cage. And what I like the most, and probably some of it has to do with the young man showing him, because he can show sheep as good as anybody, but that sheep hinges at the top side of his shoulder extremely good. I just like how his neck shoots out of his spine. That's exactly how I want one to look like up front. Now, I'm going to pick on his hind leg a little bit. I'd like to lengthen out his hip, make him go just 1 inch nicer, but I hate beating good sheep for a technicality, and I'm thinking we're going to call his hind leg acceptable. That is a dang good lamb that stayed 2nd in that class. The heel of his loin's not quite right, and he's got just a little more at the point of his shoulder, maybe just a little more sternum that I'm necessarily shopping for. But that sheep is bold, he is wide, he is stout, he is burly, and he's fed and presented extremely well. This is another one that's awfully, awfully good, and a sheep that's got some front-end design and front-end presence. He's probably as woofy and muscular backed as any in this deal, and yet he holds himself up good up front. He's shaped up. He's got that little extra road rash, which maybe kind of distorts it just a nickel. I wish he was cleaned up there a little bit, but every once in a while one just don't run fast enough, and you got to try to encourage him as best you can. I'm sure that's what happened with him. And he's another one. Maybe we fix his hind leg a little bit. That one there's got a lot of polish, a lot of style, a lot of balance, a lot of design. I wish that bugger was wider chested. I wish he was a little more opened up in his cage and just a little more dimensional than a couple of the other ones. But if you like a good silhouetted sheep that has some balance and design, I'm sure a lot of folks could lean on that one and be just happy as you could be to pick that, make that sheep a champion. He's just a little different in terms of his cage and his muscularity compared to a few. Anyway, it's close. I think I got good choices. But the one that suits me today, that one, he's going to be the champ.
Our champion Hampshire Lamb comes out of class number 4, Carson Nera from Loveline.
And then I think it really does get close. I like a lot of them a great deal, obviously, as we just said. And, you know, sometimes you get back out here and sometimes judges don't like running up the score. We're going to run the score up a little bit because that's my second favorite. He's going to be reserved.
Our reserve champion comes out of class number 5. Again, Carson Nera from Loveland.
This one's third. Nice work, young lady. Nice sheep.
Our third overall goes to Peyton Courtwright from Carroll.
And one of my favorite sheep in the ring. And I don't think he's quite dead red. The heel of his loin's a little bit washed out today, but I think when we get him mature and get him ready and let him get just a little burlier, but that's an awfully, awfully nice sheep. Congratulations.
Our fourth overall goes to Oksana Gossard from Herod.
And I think it's close. The little guy's awfully, awfully nice. As you can see, he's at a little lighter weight, and I don't know if we've got quite him just big enough and ready enough. I think his future is awfully, awfully bright. This one's stout and wide and grizzly bear up front. I wish he's a little taller fronted, particularly in motion. When you get him stopped and propped, she does a good job of getting his front end up and making it look right. But in motion, I want that booger to rise up and have just a little more elite look up front. This is an awfully nice sheep. I wish the heel of his loin was a little nicer, and I wish he was just a little leveler and a little square there, perhaps, right there at the top side of his hip. And as I said, this is a good-looking booger. I wish there was just a little more stuff in him. I want to open him up in his chest, give him a little more cage. So I do think it's close, and I think we've got good choices. That one suits me next, so he'd be fifth. Congratulations. Good job, guys.
Our fifth overall goes to Grayson Clark from Gallipolis.
Good job, bud. Nice work.
Again, congratulations to all of our winners in our Hampshire division. Again, we'll go across those banners again. Our champion Hampshire banner was presented by the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation Nationwide Insurance and the OSIA Lead Council. Our reserve champion Market Lamb Hampshire banner is Roger M. Hunker, auctioneer. And our third, fourth, and fifth banners are being presented by the Lead Council, the Ohio Sheep and Wool Producers, and the Big Program. Okay, we're ready to go with our class number 6. Class number 6, all Shropshires. Be a large class again. Class number 6, all Shropshires. These lambs weigh 114 to 159 pounds. Now going to make a first call. Our next breed up will be all Southdowns. Class number 7, all Southdowns. First call. Again, our next breed up will be all Southdowns, class number 7. After the Southdowns, we'll go next into the Dorsets. So, Dorsets, you'll be on deck. Last call for all South Downs, class number 7. All South Downs, last call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Again, this is all of our Shropshires. Nice large class of Shropshire showing today. Our Ohio State Fair Shropshire Market Lamb Shropshire Show is sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds Formula of Champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, and the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. Joe McClandish, if you're in the barn, could you come to the announcer stand? Joe McClandish.
really fun class to sort, and in a class of lots of quality and lots of depth and lots of good ones, there's one that just separates himself, in my opinion, and I'd say for about the first 5 steps in the gate, at no point was this bugger not ever going to get a blue ribbon with me. His skeleton and his quality and his design is impressive. This young lady could walk that thing to the carnival 10 times and back, and some of them hammer-legged ones ain't gonna make it. We can keep trucking him as long as we want to. His skeleton is built for the long haul. That sheep's probably not even ready yet, and I think later in life you think about him in a couple of months, that is an impressive bugger that's got a big chest, a big arm, and for one that's got that kind of balance, design, and silhouette, he is creasy and shapely back. Now I want to put 1 inch of cheek in that thing. I want to drop his cheek and make him just a little more muscular right there. But that thing has got a balance, design, quality, and what I like the most, you showed the snot out of that thing. Congratulations to you getting the blue ribbon. This one here is stout and burly and massive and dimensional. That's what I like about him. Now his tail sticks up in the air more than I necessarily like. He's a kind of a hard sheep to show because he hinges in the heel of his loin just a little too much than I necessarily prefer. But I like his chest, I like his arm, and he is muscular and dimensional down his spine. I wish and just like to re-engineer him in his upper rump and his tail setting just a little bit. But that is an awfully, awfully nice shaped up sheep. This one here kind of kept growing on me a little bit. He's a tall fronted lamb. The floor of his chest is sitting in a good spot. That thing is snugged up and shallow, and I like the transition from his blade to his cage awfully, awfully well. Now, he's a little awkward in his hip and his hind leg, and when you get him in motion, he's got just a little more curve and a little more boomerang than I'm necessarily looking for, but that sheep up front is awfully, awfully nice. Congratulations to you, bud. This is a solid sheep. He's not as fancy as a couple of the other ones in terms of just his muscle dimension, and he's maybe not quite as nice in the top side of his hip, but I like his balance and I like his silhouette a great deal, and this is probably the stoutest sheep of the entire class. That thing has got a big old back in him, tremendously shapely and muscular from the backside. He's a little coarse for me. He's a little more crude up front than I necessarily like. He's a little thicker in his neck, and his pelt is coming untrained just a little bit. I'd like to freshen him up a little bit, but I like his muscle a great deal. Let's congratulate him. They did good. Good job, guys.
Our results of class number 6, Shropshire Lambs. They weighed 114 to 159. First place goes to Betsy Young Peter from Spencerville. Betsy's going to receive a banner sponsored by Major League Club Lambs, Joe McClandish. Second place goes to Peyton Prince from Conover. Peyton receives a reserve champion banner also from Major League Club Lambs, Joe McClandish. Third place goes to Braden Wolf from Upper Sandusky. And he also receives a banner from the lead program, the Ohio Sheep and Wool, and Big. Third place goes to Braden Wolf from Upper Sandusky. And Braden also receives the first place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb. And he's receiving $300. And that lamb is bred by Wolf Brothers. Fourth place goes to Boston Stapleton from Somerville. Fifth place goes to Gavin Richard from Bowling Green. Sixth, Taylor Wadsworth from Atwater. Seventh, Ephraim Fowler from Salesville. Eighth, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown, and Dawson gets the second place Big Committee Breeder Award. And he's receiving $200 from Amstutz Show Lambs. Ninth place goes to Shelby Bays from Ashland. And 10th place goes to Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Entering the ring, we have all South Downs. All South Downs, that's class number 7. These South Down lambs weigh 90 to 157 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 8, all Dorsets. All Dorsets to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 8, all Dorsets. Second call, all Dorsets to the makeup ring. Our next breed up will be Oxfords following the Dorsets. Folks, if you have parked a vehicle on the west end of the building between here and the Gilligan, there's an area there for golf carts. It is not an area for automobiles and trucks. So if you have a truck or an automobile parked between the west side of the building and the Gilligan, which that's the parking deck, if you're down below, parked in the golf cart area, the state patrol are down there right now. They're going to give you a few minutes, and they're going to start towing vehicles out of that area. Also, we have Megan Hunker Ruffing and her crew here taking professional action shots around the ring, photos in the ring, and I tell you what, they'll go back here at the backdrop and have you, if you would prefer to have a backdrop shot back there. She works with Lindy's Livestock Photos. Again, if you would like an extra photo of your exhibitor, come see Megan, or I believe Cameron's out here today. Yeah, there's Cameron. 2 years ago, I thought Cameron was 9. Last year, I thought she might have been 13. This year, she looks 16, but she's a lot older than that. But anyhow, get a hold of those gals, and if you want a backdrop picture, they'll be glad to do that. But if you go on to Lindy'sLivestockPhotos.com, you can see the photos that they've taken, and you can buy them directly off that website. We appreciate them for being here again this year. They'll also be here tomorrow. It's here yesterday, and so again, get a hold of them, and they'll get you some good action shots. Last call, last call. All Dorsets. That will be class number 8. Class number 8, all Dorsets. This will be your final call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
Is she here? Is she here?
We'd like to recognize our Southdown Market Lamb Show sponsors. This year, our sponsors for our Southdown class is the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umberger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds, your formula of champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and OSIA Lead Counsel. And we like to thank our champion Market Lamb banner sponsors. This year, our banner is being on the champion Southdown Lamb is being sponsored by Shell House Livestock Company, David and Terry Shell House. Our reserve champion Southdown Market Lamb banner will be sponsored by the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association Lead Counsel. But there was a banner through 5, right?
Yes.
This year, we also have banners for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in each one of the breeds. And our 3rd through 5th banners are being sponsored by the Lead Counsel, the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, and the Big Program. Last call. We're waiting just on a few more Dorsets. Last call for the Dorsets to the makeup arena. Oxfords, you're on deck.
Again, a good class, and we've got all shapes, sizes, weights, and kinds in this particular group, and I'm okay with that. I think good livestock can come in a variety of package, and And they come to town in a little different rigs. Some of them are a little softer than I necessarily like, and some of these over here I wish just had maybe just a shot more muscle. But really good class of Southdowns, very, very deep, very, very challenging to judge because maybe one just doesn't surface just exactly perfect. I do think the best sheep build-wise is the one that wins. Now, I'm going to be slightly critical. I think we could put him together a little nicer. I don't think he's sheared and presented maybe quite as nice as a couple other ones. And if I would encourage the young man, maybe I would maybe put him together just a little nicer, because you have one that's got that kind of front end, that kind of levelness in his top line and squareness from the backside. I'd put a little more polish on him and shear him a little nicer so that it would make my decision a little bit easier. He probably doesn't come to town with as much back shape as the one in second, but certainly has some, I think. But his just general build and quality and his skeleton up front suits me the best by some degree. That's an awfully nice sheep. Congratulations, Bud, on winning a tough class. This is the most muscular one of the top pair. That sheep's really dimensional and shaped up down her spine. And what I really like about her is she's got that extra curve and turn to her cheek and her stifle. Now, she's maybe not quite as nice in her silhouette. She's a little hollower in her flank, and maybe she's just a nickel barky. And I'm sure we took a little flank out of her because we didn't want her to handle too soft. So it's kind of a hard mix when you got one that's a little softer, a little spongier, and then needs more belly. And that's what I would be critical of this one about. But I can tell you, from a shape standpoint and just from a general muscularity standpoint, that sheep suits me a great deal. I just wish her silhouette was more like our class winner. An awfully nice sheep to stand second. I didn't pull this young man. His sheep needs more muscle, and I still think that sheep needs more muscle. You palm that booger down his spine. I wish he had just more crease and more rip and more expression. But skeletally, I like that sheep a great deal. He's flexible, he's fluid, he's mobile. He's got great big paws and great big fur, which is all good stuff. I wish there was just a little more right behind his shoulder to make me move up a place or two, but that's an awfully good sheep. Congratulations to you, Bud. This one, my favorite thing about this one is he looks like a Southdowns. That sheep's really nice in terms of his breed character, how he's built, and all those. I just wish that thing was leaner. He's a little barkier all down his spine. I wish he was just 1 inch taller fronted, but really I think we just need to strip him down a little bit to make him more competitive. And this thing's green and skinny and immature. He is far from being in his prime today, but that's okay. That sheep's got a good look up front. He's creased up down his spine. He's level, he's square. I just wish there was more to him. And I think later in life and on down the road a little bit, thinking about the future, I think it's awfully bright for that guy. Let's congratulate him. Good class of sheep.
Our results of class number 7, Southdowns. All Southdowns. First place goes to Zayden Wooten from Salem. Second place goes to Cameron Prince from Conover. Third, Miles Taller from Bidwell. Fourth, Ashton Anderson from Centerburg. Fifth, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Sixth, Betsy Young Peter from Spencerville. Seventh, Adelaida Culp from Pemberville. Eighth place, also Adelaida Culp from Pemberville. Ninth, Eli Petrie from Tip City. And 10th place, Tucker Schuffennecker from Oregon. Again, our banners for our champion Southdowns Market Lamb is sponsored by Shellhouse Livestock Company. David Shellhouse, representing the LLC from that company. On our reserve champion Market Lamb banner, it's sponsored by Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. It's been presented by Rose Hartshew. She's with the Board of Trustees from the Farm Bureau Federation.
Did you announce the placings?
Also from the Southdowns class, from the Big Committee Breeder Program Awards. Our first place breeder award recognized a breeder with the first place Market Lamb in the lineup. Congratulations goes to Ashton Anderson. She's receiving $300, bred by H.C. Showstock. We also want to recognize our second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Victoria Kovacs. She's receiving $200, bred by McCurdy Club Lambs. In the ring, we have class number 8. This is all Dorsets. So we're going to make a first call for class number 9. Class number 9, all Oxfords. Those Oxford lambs weigh 117 to 131 pounds. Class number 9, first call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Today, our Dorset Market Lamb Show is sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds, your formula of champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, and the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Counsel. If there's a representative from Martin Livestock, we'd like to have you up to the announcer stand. Second call for class number 9, our first class of Oxfords. Class number 9, our first class of Oxfords. Those will be Oxford's lamb weighing 117 to 131. Class number 9. Last call for class number 9. Class number 9, Oxford Lambs, weighing 117 to 131. This will be your final call.
Again, a really good class to sort, and as everyone can see from the outside, we've got varying types, and they come to town in different rig today, and that's okay. The one that wins, you have to make a call on that particular sheep, and if you decide his back leg is good enough, then he needs to win because he is better in every other area than the next two that stand behind him. Now, I want to change that just a little bit. I want it to be engineered different, and I want him to go a little more coordinated there, but past that, that thing's cage and his back and his muscularity and his dimension and just the way he's built up front is awfully, awfully impressive. And really, the young lady done a good job of getting that one fed because his condition and his texture down his spine is exactly where it needs to be. As I said, I'd change his back leg a little bit, but I'm going to make a call that that's okay because everywhere else, that sheep is just outstanding in my opinion. Congratulations. Very, very nice one. This one doesn't have enough bone, and if he had big furry paws, there's no telling because his silhouette and his body type is awfully nice. Now, he doesn't have as much muscle, and he doesn't have as much the dimension, and he's not as rugged and durable at the surface as our class winner, but his balance, design, and skeleton is awfully nice. Young lady did a nice job of getting that one shown and getting him presented. This one here is a little different. He's a bigger sheep, he's a longer sheep, he's a more extended sheep, and at the surface, his running gear and his bone is impressive. That is a big-boned, burly Dorset sheep, but kind of comes untrained in his top line a little bit. He's not as level and square right there, and he is the softest touching one of the top trio. I want to lean that bugger up a little bit, make him a little more athletic, and some of it is he's so extended, it's hard to get all that to come together, but at the ground, that sheep is awfully nice. This one here, he's a little not as fancy today. He's a little stale. He doesn't handle quite as nice because of his pelt. As you can see, he's got some wrinkles, but what I like about that thing is he is creased up, he's groovy, he's shapely, he's muscular. I want to drop his belly a little bit to improve his silhouette, but the main thing is he's just not quite as fresh and not quite as game day ready. And that one's just solid. Not extra fancy, not as much muscle as a couple of the other ones, but that sheep moving around the ring has a little presence and a little design. I just wish there was a little more. Let's congratulate them, they did good.
Our results of class number 8, all Dorsets. First place goes to Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Harper is going to receive a banner from Martin Livestock, Blake Martin. Second place goes to Bryn Shearer from Shreve. Bryn is also receiving a banner from Martin Livestock. Thank you, Blake. Third place goes to Chance Holly from Bowling Green. Fourth, Aubrey Barrera from Somerset. Fifth, Miles Toller from Bidwell. Our third, fourth, and fifth place individuals are also receiving banners from the LEAD and the Ohio Sheep and Wool Producers Council and also the BIG program. From our Big Committee Breeder Program awards, our first place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Bryn Shearer. She'll receive $300 from Shell House Livestock. We proudly want to recognize our second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Chance Holly. He's receiving $200, and his lamb was bred by Will Club Lambs. Entering the ring, this is class number 9. We have a large Oxford show this year, so we're going to have 2 classes. This one here is class number 9. These are Oxfords weighing 117 to 131 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 10. Class number 10, those will be Oxfords weighing 132 to 165. First call, Oxfords class 10, 132 to 165 pounds. Anything new there? Well, we got 2 classes. He did those 3, the Schropp, South Downs, and Dorsets in 1 hour and 5 minutes.
And one of the Schropp class was that big class. Okay, this is the Ox. Well, check wool cap. Yep, they're all okay. That's South Downs. Xavier.
Second call for class number 10. Class number 10, Oxford Lambs weighing 132 to 165. Second call. Last call for class number 10. Last call, class number 10, Oxford Lambs win 132 to 165.
This is one of my favorite classes to judge up until this point, and I kind of remember the Oxfords here last year, and they were deep and good, and again, they're deep and they're good, and unfortunately, we've got a couple sheep over here that find themselves in high tide and heavy water because they are outstanding lambs. It's just the small things seem to make the difference. The top pair is good, and they're different. This guy here, you know, I don't want to be a person that just spends too much time talking about in the future, but I'm telling you, the best show sheep in this deal is right here. And he is not ready. He is green, he's immature. He's not game day 12 o'clock as good as maybe the one in second, but that thing's skeleton and the way he can navigate the show ring is impressive. He is shallow, he's got a big arm, he's dimensional, he's cagey, he's cheeky, and he is tremendously big when you study him from the ground and work your way up. Now, compared to that one, he's not as opened up in his chest, and he's just a little greener, a little more immature as I study him today. But I would feed that thing every day of the week and twice on Sunday, and if the next 25 pounds sit right in the middle of his back, we can shear the poodle off of that thing and go win a big boy sheep show, in my opinion. The one here in second is really good when you study him up front. He is really dimensional and wide through his chest. He's got a great big arm in him, and he is about as dense-backed and muscular and shapely as anything we've seen to this point. He's another one that's got that extra cheek that I'm shopping for. I'm gonna pick on him just a little bit. Compared to our class winner, he's not as good in the floor of his chest. He's just maybe 1 inch deeper than I'm necessarily like, and you've done a good job of putting a little belly in him to help his silhouette, but I wish his silhouette was a little nicer, and for a sheep that's that stout and that rotund, I want him to tie and be a little more plumb there in the heel of his loin. And I know I'm picking on one I like a lot, but when it's this good, you know, as I said, small things seem to make the difference, but I think that thing, from a carcass standpoint, is about as good as any. This thing is just as solid as all get out. Now, he doesn't have the same back shape. He doesn't have the same dimension. He's not as creased up and as muscular as the two that precede him. But that sheep is tall-fronted. His silhouette is near perfect. His running gear is good. He's got big paws and big fur. I wish there was just a little more muscle in that dude to compete with the two that beat him. That is a very, very good sheep that finds himself in a tough class. At the ground, this one's as good as any. And as you all can see, he has got great big bone, really good fur. He's tall-fronted. He has some balance and some design. He's another one compared to a couple. I wish there was just a little more shape and a little more rip and a little more groove in that booger. But you've done a good job of getting that one fed and getting him presented. That's what they're supposed to look like when you bring him to town. This ewe lamb here has as much shape and expression and dimension as any. Now, she's not as big in her arms. She's not as wide in her chest. She's another one I wish was a little nicer there in the heel of her loin. I wish it just transitioned and was a little smoother. Let's congratulate them. Awfully good class. One of my favorites. Good job, guys.
In our first class of Oxfords, out of class number 9, Oxfords win 117 to 131 pounds. First place goes to Delaney Dute from Worcester. Second place goes to Brindley Bollinger from Sterling. Third, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Fourth, Morgan McMahon from Marion. Fifth, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Sixth place, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Seventh, Macy Adderhot from Jeromesville. Eighth, Brindley Rice from Farmdale. Ninth place, Tinley Cook from Mansfield. And 10th place, Haley Blosser from Amanda. Also out of that class, from the Big Committee Breeder Program Awards, our first place breeder award recognizes Brindley Bollinger. She'll be receiving a $300 reward bred by Platinum Shelton. Livestock. Also, we recognize the second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Morgan McMahon, receiving $200, bred by Johnson Genetics. looking at the
Oh,
wool
there they
wool
are.
cap on. Oh, Blake, the wool cap on that third one. He's down yonder.
What you got?
That third one's wool cap.
Oh, yeah. Don't have one.
Are we just bringing, are we not giving a top 5 in Oxfords? Because we've got 2 classes. There'll be
Right.
4 sheets.
Yep. We're not bringing back third.
Okay.
Yep.
Confirming.
Exhibitors of the last class out of class number 9, Oxfords. In the first class there, we need to have those 2 lambs back to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena for our champion and reserve champion overall Oxford. So the first 2 out of the last class, out of class number 9, let's work those lambs back to the makeup arena. Following the Oxfords, we will move into the AOBs. AOBs, you'll be up next after naming our champion and reserve Oxford. For our Oxford show today, our sponsors are the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umberger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds and Formula of Champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, and the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council.
Again, really good class of Oxfords, and the two that are first and second, I didn't pull either one of them coming in the gate. I think we had a little traffic jam or I was asleep at the wheel. Doesn't matter. But both of those sheep are very similar in their overall body type. I think they're fed real similar. The sheep that touch good, handle good, level, square, stay pretty coordinated in motion. The difference is the one that wins, he's just made nicer up front. I like his underlying quality a little bit better. I think he's just a little more snug where his sternum sits in him. And I think he transitions from his shoulder to his neck and to his spine just a little smoother and a little bit nicer. Awfully, awfully nice sheep to win a really tough and competitive class. Congratulations. Don't lose him. Good job. This one here is a lot like that one in his overall build and quality. He's level, square, really nice and dimensional in his upper rump. He's got the extra turn to his stifle that I'm shopping for. He's really square and good on his feet and legs. He's a little deep for me. I want to clean him up in his sternum, shove his chest up in his body, and give him a little more elite look from the side. But that thing is fed extremely well. He's shown extremely well. Just a good, solid kind of a sheep, in my opinion. Stand second in this class means something. This is the one that's different than at times when the young lady gets him all stopped and propped. He has a really elite look in terms of where his chest is. He is, without question, the most dimensional and the most opened up down his top. That thing has got a big old creasy back in him, which I like. He's got that extra turn to his stifle, which I like. He comes untrained a little bit in motion. He gets a little high in his top line. His loin kind of wants to fade just a little bit and maybe has a little more curve to his hind leg than I necessarily prefer. I hate saying it, he's a first or third kind of a sheep, unfortunately for a young lady, because he does have class advantages that those two don't have. I just wish his top line was nicer, and that's why he gets beat today, but that is a good sheep. No, you're good. Congratulations. This one's a little different too. And when he come in the gate, quite honestly, I thought, man, there's my class winner. That thing has got big fur and big paws. He's got a big chest, a big arm. He's dimensional down his top. He's muscular into his stifle. But it's almost like I want to fix him on both ends of his skeleton. He opens up too much at the point of his shoulder for me. He wants to fade in his top line at times. And for one that's that big and that grizzly bear stout, up high, when you watch that booger walk away from you, he's not quite wide enough and square enough at the ground. But man, you did a good job of getting that one presented. Paws are manicured perfectly, sheared perfectly, and shown great too. Congratulations there, bud. That is a awfully good sheep. This one here has muscle, he has dimension. He just comes to town a little plainer. He's a little more coarse, a little more crude, wants to round off in his hip just a wee bit, but I do like his carcass characteristics a great deal. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 10, those were Oxford Lambs weighing 132 to 165. First place goes to Nathan Sattler from Defiance. Second place is Cameron Prince from Conover. Third, Callie Hoppus from Marion. Fourth, Coy Beck from Petittsville. Fifth place, Eli Gerlach from Piqua. Sixth place, Cameron Prince from Conover. Seventh place, Kinsey Wooten from Salem. Eighth place, Hunter Barrera from Somerset. Ninth place, Carmela Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. And 10th place, Paisley Reynolds from Mount Vernon. Also, the first place program award winner for the Breeder Award is exhibited by Coy Beck, receiving $300 bred by Tuck Brothers. Recognizing also the second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Cameron Prince, receiving $200 bred by Adams Family Club Lambs. For our champion drive, for our champion overall and reserve Oxfords out of class number 9. Class number 9, Oxford Lambs weighing 117 to 131 pounds. First place, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Our runner-up in class number 9 is Brindley Bollinger from Sterling. And out of the last class, class number 10, Oxford Lambs weighing 132 to 165. First place, Nathan Sattler from Defiance. And our runner-up was Cameron Prince from Conover. We would like to thank our champion sponsor for our Champion Oxford Market Lamb banner. This year, our sponsor is Weaver Livestock. Lisa Shearer helping us out from Weaver Livestock. Our reserve Champion Oxford Market Lamb banner is being sponsored by Garrett Stickley Livestock, Jimmy Stickley and Ian Garrett. Our third place banner will be sponsored by the LEAD program and the Ohio Sheep and Wool Producers Council.
If you would, let's congratulate these exhibitors and all those that showed Oxford. It's really impressive, in my opinion. I think it's close, and I like both these class winners a great deal, and both those sheep in the second row are just exceptional in my mind too. I mean, they come to town a little bit different in terms of their build and how much muscle they have, but I think all four are really, really good. I think there needs to be some kind of criteria too in terms of, you know, what's acceptable in terms of weight, and we're at 114 pounds with the little guy, and that is, in my opinion, just barely big enough. And sometimes when you find one that's got that kind of skeleton and that kind of design, then they have to be a little bit of a separator when you're giving up 20 pounds of flesh, and that's what we're giving up. We got 20 pounds difference in these two class winners. This guy here just got a real chance. I think later in life, that thing could be awfully, awfully good. And but we're judging him today, and I think it matters. Like I said, at 114 pounds, I think he's big enough. He's going to be a champ. Nice work.
Our champion Oxford goes to Delaney Dute from Worcester out of class number 9.
And then I think it gets close, because I'm going to pick on these two a little bit similar. Both of those lambs are a little steep and a little rigid out of their hind leg, and I want them to go, both of them, just a little nicer. The young man that wins the heavy class, as we talked about, that sheep's smooth. His blade and his neck and his top line and his levelness and squareness is all good stuff. Compared to that one, though, I don't know if there's just quite enough grip and crease and expression down his spine. There's not maybe as much turn and as much cheek. Both are extremely good. That one has more stuff. That one's going to be reserved.
Our reserve champion also comes out of class number 9. Our reserve champion Oxford goes to Brindley Bollinger from Sterling.
This one's third, that one's fourth. Nice work, guys.
Our third overall in our Oxford goes to Nathan Sattler from Defiance, and our fourth in our Oxford division, Cameron Prince from Conover. Our next class of the day will be class number 11, AOB's class number 11. Again, our awards for our Oxfords, our Champion Oxford banner is being sponsored by Weaver Livestock, Lisa Shearer. Our Reserve Champion Oxford Marketland banner is sponsored by Garrett Stickley Livestock, Jimmy Stickley and Ian Garrett. Do we have them all, Pam? Are we ready, Pam? Okay, in the ring coming is class number 11, our AOBs, all other breeds. These lambs weigh 95 to 152 pounds. Our next class of the day is going to be class number 12. This will be your white face crosses. I'm going to make a first call for class number 12, white face crosses, weighing 96 to 125 pounds. First call, class number 12. Need to get those up here. Our AOB class is one of our smaller classes of the day, so class number 12, white face crosses, you're up next. What'd you say, Roger?
I think so. But Roger wants to be in charge. Okay. You see who's here?
There you go. Okay.
We have a special guest coming out here in the ring. We have our Lieutenant Governor, but I know him as our Ohio State football coach.
Thank you.
Jim Tressel.
Thanks so much. On behalf of Governor DeWine, we just want to congratulate all of you young people who are competing and learning all those great lessons of discipline and hard work and all the things that you're being taught. We also like to congratulate the families and all the supporters. This is what makes Ohio so special. This is what makes the Ohio State Fair so special. Enjoy the week. It's a great kickoff to the fair. Lots of new things for you to go and see, and enjoy the competition. Thanks so much, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you for coming and supporting our Ohio State Fair Junior Market Lamb Show. Also want to thank our director, Brian Baldridge, for helping us out also. Brian's a sheep man. Second call for class number 12, white-faced crosses weighing 96 to 125 pounds. This will be a second call. Our sponsors of our All Other Breeds class today is the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umberger Feeds, Bet Showstock, Major League Club Lambs, Amstead Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds, your formula champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. We also want to thank our Lamb Banner sponsors. For our champion AOB Lamb Banner sponsor is Bella's Barnyard, Gus Bonham. And our reserve champion AOB Market Lamb Banner was sponsored by the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council.
Shaking your head about what? Oh yeah. Okay, so what is it? Paint? Is that all? Okay, but is that alteration? Is that alterate? Okay, the rule says no paint or alteration, but it's dye. So what is the ones that's got all the wool on their legs? That you can cut. There's some of those, but yeah, that's pretty well defined lines. Well,
This line here, he's priced in it. We have here red dormer. Right. Here. Well, the others, but I don't use much for our black.
so okay.
The other one has a star on it.
What's that?
The other one has a star on it.
Last call for class number 12, white face crosses weighing 96 to 125. This will be your final call to the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena.
That's good. I,
Oh, there it is. I'm blind. Obviously, we got some variation in body type, and you get little differences because of breeds, and I think that's okay. It's fun to judge. One that wins, though, is a little bit of a separator, at least for me. That sheep's got some balance and some design, and by some margin, he is shaped up awfully, awfully nice. He's square, he's muscular. Just a really nice sheep to win an awfully good competitive class. Congratulations on having the champion AOB. The one here in second is obviously not the biggest one in the group, and probably by some margin the smallest one, but that sheep's comparatively, especially to his Dorper contemporaries, he's shaped up and creased up awfully, awfully well, and where he has an advantage is he's just level, he's square. I think his underline sits in the right spot. His balance and design is awfully, awfully impeccable. I think that sheep, think about him in a couple of months, that sheep is going to be awfully nice for the young man. Congratulations to you. This one here has muscle. He's stout and he's wide. He comes to town just a little plainer, wants to roll off in his hip just a little bit, and you get him in motion. He doesn't stay as collected and coordinated on both ends of his skeleton, but from a product standpoint, that sheep's got plenty to him. And then this sheep checks a lot of boxes in terms of having some practicality. He's good on his feet and legs. He's level. He has some squareness. I wish there was just a little more muscularity in him. Put your hands on his top. He's a little plainer, more nondescript down his spine. Maybe starting to bark up just a wee bit there in the front side of his cage. And here's another sheep that's tremendously muscular, got all kinds of product in the world. It's just a little too round for me. I want to level that guy up, square him up, and give him just a little more balance and presence from the side. Let's congratulate them. They're off a good class. They did good. Nice work, guys. Get the top line for me, all right? Good job.
Our results of class number 11, your all other breeds. First place goes to Delaney Duke from Worcester. Second place, Gavin Richards, Bowling Green. Third place, Connor Lohr from Wheelersburg. Fourth place, Bryson Walpe from Greensburg. Fifth place, Brooklyn Meyer from Fort Jennings. Sixth place, Carter Kovalek from West Salem. Seventh place, Nathan Workman from Springfield. Eighth place, Riley Starcher from New Concord. And ninth place, Aubrey Thompson from Centerburg. Our champion AOB Marketland banner is being sponsored and presented by Bella's Barnyard, Bella Bonham. And our reserve champion AOB Marketland banner is being sponsored by the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation Nationwide Insurance, the OSIA lead counsel represented by Roger High. Entering the ring, we have class number 12. Class number 12, these are your white face crosses weighing 96 to 125 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 13. Your white face crosses weighing 126 to 168. First call, class 13. Good. I'm doing the announcing at the Ohio State Fair right now. I'm in the middle of a show. But yeah, yeah. Call Chris Regano. You second call for class number 13. Second call, class 13, white face crosses 126 to 168. Last call for class number 13. White face crosses weighing 126 to 168. This will be your final call. After our champion white face cross drive, next we'll be working into the naturals. So you exhibitors that have naturals, class 14 is going to be coming up next.
Again, really another good class with tremendous quality sheep that are fed and presented and shown extremely well. The one that wins, and to me, he's a little bit of a separator in this particular group. Sheep that's really bulletproof in his top line. I mean, he's dead straight and dead level from the top side of his shoulder back into his hip. He's firm, he's fresh to the touch. I think he's been fed appropriately. He handles great. He's got some balance and some design and some look, and he's not wild in any area, but I think that thing checks a lot of boxes and does a lot of good things well. Congratulations, young lady. That's a very, very nice sheep to win this class. I'm a little torn between second and third, and quite honestly, I'm going to let weight kind of sort that pair a little bit, and I want to fix both of them kind of in the same spot. Both of them's top lines are slightly unhinged, in my opinion. Both of them need to come and transition and be a little more plumb there in their heel of their loin. I'm the one that is second. I think when you stand right from the back side of her, she's a little more opened up in her upper rump. She's got a little more turn to her stifle, and she stays a little square and a little truer as you watch her travel away. A really nice sheep to stand second in this particular class. Congratulations. One here in third, she's fancy. I mean, that thing is shallow and sporty and cagey. What I like the most is she's got a great big arm. That thing is really nice up front. I want to re-engineer her just a wee bit right there. I want her to come just a little nicer there in the heel of her loin. But I know those two things are going to get tremendously better later in life. Another couple of months on feed, a little more grocery, and a little more nutrition, that thing's going to have a fighting chance. I bet she wins something real nice someday. I like that ewe a great deal. This sheep's just solid, and he's not as fancy as the three that precede him in class. He's a little deeper in the floor of his chest. He's a little softer, and maybe just a nickel spongier to the touch. But that sheep's got some elevation up front. He's level, square, has muscle. You did a nice job with that sheep. He's a really nice one. And then this one here is kind of one of them deals you either got to run him to the front or put him fifth. He's the stoutest, he's the widest, he's the most opened up sheep in the entire class. He's just a little too low set for me, maybe borderline chubby. I want to lean that guy up a little bit, make him a little more athletic in general. Let's congratulate him. Awfully nice size of sheep. Good job, okay?
Our results of our first class of Whiteface Crosses in class number 12. Whiteface Crosses win 96 to 125 pounds. First place goes to Brooke Narup from Mainville. Second, Morgan Neal from Bellevue. Third, Braden Wolf from Upper Sandusky. Fourth, Tinley Cook from Mansfield. Fifth place, Mallory Snyder from Fort Laramie. Sixth, Parker White from Ashland. Seventh, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Eighth place, Cagney Craft from Fort Recovery. Ninth place, Adeline Pullman from Delphus. And 10th place, Lila Henry from London. In our Big Committee Breeder Program Awards, the first place breeder award recognizes Tinley Cook. She exhibited receiving $300 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. We also want to recognize our second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Mallory Snyder, receiving $200 bred by Gump Livestock, LLC. Following this class, we'll need to have the first two from the last class, Brooke Narup and Morgan Neal, back into the makeup arena. We'll need you back in here following this class for your champion Whiteface Cross. Following the Whiteface Crosses, our next up will be class number 14, Naturals weighing 96 to 116 pounds. Class number 14, you're on deck. Our sponsors today for our Whiteface Cross classes here at the Ohio State Fair, Market Lamb Show. Our sponsor are Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Show Stock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds, your Formula Champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council.
again, one of the more enjoyable classes to sort. We've got a lamb over here in sixth that's shaped up and creased up. She's just a fraction deep for me, and I wish she was a little heavier structured. And then the one that directly stands behind her, that's a wide, stout grizzly bear bugger, but he's a little deep and maybe just a fraction soft. Both really, really nice sheep that just find themselves in an ultra competitive class. These top two are fun, and they're different. They come to town in a little bit different rig. The one that wins, that thing's an athlete. He is ripped back, creased up, firm, dense, good touching, cheeky butted, really cagey, where he has the advantage, in my opinion, on the one in second. If you study him at the top side of his shoulder and trace down into his sternum, all that just sits in a nicer spot. And then you stand directly in front of him. He's bigger chested, he's bigger armed, and I actually think he's a little cleaner there in his breastbone. Now that thing's starting to push the edge a little bit in terms of muscle. I might would tone him down just a wee bit, because at that point, we're starting to maybe see him be just a nickel rigid out of his hind leg, but that's picking on one I like a great deal. I think he's just an outstanding lamb. Congratulations. At the surface, this one's my favorite. That thing has got big paws and big fur, perfectly manicured in how they got him presented and got him clipped. He handles the ring with a lot of flex and a lot of comfort. When you study him, though, like I said, he's just a little flatter in the front side of his rib. He's a little deeper, perhaps, in his sternum. He just doesn't have the same kind of elite muscularity shape that our class winner possesses, but an awfully good structured sheep. This one here is just solid. He's not as fancy as those two. He's a little plainer. He's a little deeper. Maybe just doesn't have the same kind of athletic and balance that the two that precede him, but that sheep's solid. He's got a big back. He's got a big cage. He's probably as good and wide and square in his upper rump as any. I just like to make him a little more athletic up front to make him more competitive. This one here has a tremendous amount of shape. That sheep's creased up and groovy. The heel of his loin's not dead perfect, and you get him in motion. He wants to have a little more turn and curve to his hind leg. I'll change him there just a little bit. And this is another one. He's just solid as he could be. He comes to town a little plain, maybe perhaps just a nickel deep and maybe just a nickel soft for me. But that sheep is square, has balance, design, really good at the surface in terms of his feet and leg placement. Let's congratulate them. They did good. Good job, guys, okay? Better luck next time, okay?
Thank you.
Our results of class number 13, the white-faced crosses, weighing 126 to 168. First place goes to Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Second, Callie Hoppus from Marion. Third place, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Fourth, Tori Moran from Richwood. Fifth, Mallory Snyder from Fort Laramie. Sixth, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. Seventh, Cagney Craft from Fort Recovery. Eighth, Marissa Snyder from Fort Laramie. Ninth, Mallory Snyder from Fort Laramie. And 10th place, Cagney Craft from Fort Recovery. Go make a first call for those naturals, class number 14. Naturals weighing 96 to 116 pounds. We need to have those to the makeup arena. We're about ready to finish our white-faced crosses. First call, naturals, 96 to 116. Starting out with our champion overall white-faced cross out of class number 12. Class number 12, white-faced crosses weighing 96 to 125 pounds. First place, Brooke Narup from Mainville. Our runner-up in class number 12 was Morgan Neal from Bellevue. Coming out of class number 13, lambs weighing 126 to 168 pounds. First place, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. And a runner-up in class number 13, Callie Hoppus from Marion.
Okay, why do you have Morgan Neal and I've got Gabe McGill?
Second call for class number 14, naturals weighing 96 to 116 pounds. Second call, naturals, class 14. Our awards for class number 13 from the Big Committee program. We'd like to congratulate Tori Moran. She will be receiving $300. Her lamb was bred by Tuck Brothers. And we'll proudly recognize our second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb. It was exhibited by Elsie Honeycutt. She'll be receiving $200 bred by TKM Livestock. Again, our champion Whiteface Cross Market Lamb banner for champion is going to be sponsored by Weaver Livestock. We have Lisa Shearer helping us out today. And our reserve champion Whiteface Cross Market Lamb banner is being sponsored by the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Counsel, Roger High, presenting those awards. Last call for class number 14, Naturals weighing 96 to 116 pounds. This is your final call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
If you would, y'all help me. Let's congratulate these 4 exhibitors. They did a really good job, in my opinion. I think this is probably one of the toughest decisions that I've had to make up until this point, mostly because the sheep are very, very good. They're well shown, well finned, well presented, well fed. Skeletally, they're a little bit different, and there's some variances, and you know, I think there's some good choices. The one that wins the light class, and quite honestly, he would be the safest choice of the entire group because, as I said in class, that sheep checks a tremendous amount of boxes. He is level, he is square, he has balance, he's fed well, he handles correctly, he's got some muscle. Now, he's not wild in any one area. That sheep's not freaky shallow or extra cheeky butted or anything like that. But the best thing I can say about him is he's a sheep that comes to town pretty well fault-free. Now, the only thing that I might change just a nickel is he maybe wants to hock in just a fraction, and compared to another one, when you watch him walk away, you might want to bust that guy apart just a nickel. But that sheep's skeleton and that sheep's kind will always be in fashion because there's just not much wrong with that bugger. Now, this one here, there's nothing safe about that one at all because he's the different one in the group. That thing is wild looking, he's cagey, he's cheeky, he is muscular, and as I said, we maybe have taken him right to the line of being a little bit too torqued up. And sometimes you get one to win a big boy sheep show, you've got to walk up to that line and tread lightly, and he's one of those that we got to tread just a little bit lightly, in my opinion. But where he has advantages is stuff that you don't see all the time. That thing's cage, his sternum, his arm, his chest, and just his total dimension is awfully, awfully impressive. And then the young lady did a great job of getting him fed, and she is an absolute outstanding showman, which helps that bugger too. The one that was second right behind him, as I said, at the surface, that's one of my favorite sheep that we've had at this point. He's got a big arm in him, he's got big paws and big fur, he's up on his toes, travels the ring with some comfort and some coordination. He's not as good right there in the floor as his chest, as we talked about, and not quite as cagey as the one that wins this class. I think it is relatively close. That one's going to be the champ. Congratulations. And in a really, really close decision, this one's reserve. Nice work. That one's third, and this one's fourth. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our champion Whiteface Cross goes to Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Our reserve champion Whiteface Cross goes to Callie Hoppus from Marion. Our third overall Whiteface Cross goes to Brooke Narup from Mainville. And our fourth overall Whiteface Cross goes to Morgan Neal from Bellevue. Okay, we're ready to go here and start our natural color division. Coming in the ring here is class number 14, naturals weighing 96 to 116 pounds. Going to make a first call. First call for class number 15. Class number 15 into the makeup arena. That's naturals weighing 117 to 127 pounds. First call, class 15. A message from the Ohio State Fair Sheep Department and the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association. Thanks to the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program approval of the checkoff funded support, the Youth Sheep Excellence Initiative is providing major opportunities for our exhibitors this year. This funding directly supports youth, strengthens the Ohio sheep industry, and rewards excellence at every level of competition. Hundreds of young people will benefit, reflecting the depth, diversity, and strength of the Ohio sheep community. As you enjoy today's show, please thank the breeders, the businesses, and the individuals whose checkoff contributions and sponsorships make this possible. Their investment in creating lasting impact. This is a landmark moment for the youth livestock development and a clear example of how the OSIA and the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program and LEAD programs deliver opportunities for every exhibitor. Also, on the big committee, would like to congratulate all of the junior market sheep exhibitors on your hard work and dedication throughout this year's Ohio State Fair. Your commitment to raising and exhibiting quality livestock is what makes this program special. The big committee was founded on a simple belief: bred well, raised right. Thanks to your generous support to our title sponsors, A.G. Buffer and Son, and Farm Credit. Our Junior Market Lamb Sheep Show sponsor Performance Feed and Seed, and the many dedicated breeders, businesses, and families. We're proud to recognize the accomplishments of Ohio's outstanding junior sheep exhibitors. Just a friendly reminder for the Big Committee Breeder Program Award recipients: please stop by the Big Committee's table outside the Sheep Barn office between 4 and 7 today, and you're going to receive your monetary awards and have your photo taken with your sponsors. Again, to you exhibitors, congratulations on receiving the Big Committee Award today. Each winner, again, will receive awards, so you want to check over there later on today. Second call, class number 15. Class number 15, natural lambs weighing 117 to 127 pounds. Second call. Last call for class number 15. Last call, class number 15. Natural lambs weighing 117 to 127.
Really nice class of naturals, and we're looking at sheep that are green and immature, and their best days are ahead of them. But you get them out here in the ring. There's one, in my opinion, that separates himself, and compared to the field, quite a bit bigger in his chest. He's bigger in his arm. He's more dimensional. He's got more turns to the front side of his cage. He's dense. Handles appropriate for that weight at that stage. Sheep that's got a really nice back leg in him as well. You get him in motion, he stays coordinated, he's got some flexibility. Just an awfully nice sheep that came to game day ready, and I think his future's bright. Congratulations to you. I think it's a little bit closer between second and third. I just like the shape of the young man's ewe lamb here in second. She's quite a bit more dimensional or expressive. She's more creasy. She's a little more dense. I think she's just a nickel leaner, and that's what bugs me slightly about the young man's ewe lamb in third. At that weight, she's maybe starting to bark up just a wee bit. I want to change this one's silhouette a little bit. I want to drop her belly. Maybe you'd like to see her go just a nickel more flexible out of her hind leg. But man, that thing is a good touching one, and again, showed perfect. Congratulations there, bud, on a good job. This one has a really nice silhouette, and her balance and design actually suits me better than the one in second. That thing is shallow, and she's got that little extra sweep to her belly that we all like. Maybe starting to play out just a nickel there in the heel of her loin, and as I said, at that stage and that weight, that thing's starting to inch up just a little bit in terms of cover. I'll probably lean her down just a little bit to make her more athletic. That's an awfully nice sheep. This is a good touching booger, and that thing is creased up and ripped up down her spine. I want to re-engineer her hip. She wants to kind of taper in the top side of her tail, and as she goes away from me, she funnels and tapers in just a little more than I necessarily like. I just want to bust that thing apart and give her just a little more width in general. And this thing here is just solid as she could be. She's not maybe as fancy as a couple of the other ones. She's maybe not as muscular and creasy, but that ULAM is tall-fronted, level, square, and at the ground as good as any. Let's congratulate them. They did a good job.
Our results of class number 14, our first class of naturals today. In the lightweight naturals, first place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place is Hunter Sulzner from Seville. Third place, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Fourth, Tinley Cook from Mansfield. Fifth, Ada Thomas from Wakeman. Sixth, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Seventh, William Gossard from Herod. Eighth place, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Ninth, Peyton Prince from Conover. And 10th place, Haley Blosser from Amanda. From our Big Committee Breeder Program Awards, congratulations, the first place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Maddox Narup, receiving $300, bred by Hild Brothers Showstock. Also want to recognize our second place Big Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Tinley Cook. She'll be receiving $200 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. First call for class number 16. Class number 16 natural lambs weighing 128 to 135 pounds. This will be your first call. Class number 16. Second call for class number 16. Naturals weigh in 128 to 135, class number 16. Last call for class number 16. Last call, class 16, naturals weighing 128 to 135.
Really nice pair to sort and evaluate, and I've said before, both of these sheep come to town in a little bit different rig, and I think they're going to be different even when they reach maturity. The one that wins is the one, in my opinion, the one that's built the best, and where he has an advantage over the one in second is when you study him from the top side of his shoulder and go down into his sternum. I think he's just a little more snug and a little more proper there, and then I like his upper hip shape better as well. He's longer, he's level, he's square there at the top side of his hips, got a really good hind leg in him, and you watch this guy travel. His hind leg is built for the long haul, in my opinion. Now, he doesn't have as much torque or quite as much speed as the one there in second, but that sheep is a little deceiving. From the outside, he almost looks like a two-dimensional one. And I think some of that's due to his blotchy color, but you actually get your hands on him and palm him down his back. He's got some rip, he's got some groove. I think his best days are in front of him. When that thing puts another 20 pounds in the center part of his body, I think he could be an awfully nice blue sheep that's going to be hard to hit on down the line. Congratulations. As I said, this one's got a little more stuff, and he's a little better touching sheep. He's a firmer handling sheep. He's really dense. That thing has got crease and shape, and he's got that extra cheek that I like. He's just a little deeper there in the floor of his chest, and his shoulder setup is not quite right. He wants to open there at the point of his shoulder just a wee bit. Young lady does a great job of getting him elevated up front when she stops. I notice it more in motion that he kind of comes untrained. But man, I like how you've got that thing fed. He handles outstanding. Congratulations. This one here is just solid. Doesn't have as much muscle, not as much shape, not as much stuff as those two. But that sheep's tall-fronted, level, square. I wish there was just a little more to him. The Weather here in fourth is a tall-fronted athletic sheep. He's a little green there in the heel of his loin and maybe just a little flatter in his cage. And this is a good built one that just needs a little more muscle shape. And you start palming her down her top. She's just a little softer, maybe has a little more bark in the front side of her rib cage, and maybe not quite as wide right there as well. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
All right, good luck, you guys.
Our results of class number 15. Natural lambs weighing 117 to 127 pounds. First place goes to Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Second place, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Third place, Bailey Browsey from Sycamore. Fourth place, Micah Bitlicker from Alliance. Fifth, Bailey Reck from Lowell. Sixth, Blake Van Drosser from Collins. Seventh, Cassandra Drasman from Ottawa. Eighth place, Eli Gerlach from Pickawa. Ninth, Gia Stickle from Bowling Green. And 10th place, Josie Weir from Sycamore. Congratulations to our first place Big Committee Breeder Award. Market Lamb was exhibited by Addie Dunlap. Receiving $300, bred by Mark's Genetics Show Lambs. We also want to recognize our second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Bailey Browsey. Receiving $200, bred by H.C. Showstock. First call for class number
16? Yes, third class in that. Yeah, 128 to 130 is in the ring. So it'll be 130.
17.
Yeah.
First call for class number 17. Class number 17, natural lambs weighing 136 and up. Class number 17, first call to the makeup arena. We had another class.
Hey, we just finished. Okay, we should be here. No. That should be. Okay, we just finished 117 to 127. So this class should be in the ring. So that should be where you're calling. Right?
Yeah, class 17 is coming in to be like heavy naturals. Second call for class number 17. Second call, class 17. Natural lambs weighing 136 and up.
This one's hard. There's a bunch of good sheep in this class, and then there's some things I want to tweak on them. And so I end up, trying to, the most positives, I guess, to say, and I like both of these up here at the top a great deal. Those are two high-quality, well-fed sheep that are shown, presented extremely well. They're a little different. The one that wins, he doesn't have as much muscle, and if I'm going to make that thing better, I want to give him the kind of edge and the kind of back that one's got. But what I like about this guy at the surface, I think he's the best. And if you study him in his chest and his arm, how strong he is on his rear pasterns and how collected and coordinated he stays off his hind leg, I think his skeleton is one that, as a breeder, I would like to replicate. Now, I want to put some more tacos down that sucker's back and give him just a little more woofy in that area. But he's level, he's square, he's dimensional, and I think he just comes to town with just a little more balance and a little more design than the one there in second. Congratulations, bud. That's a good sheep. This one here is wild. He has got a big old chest in him. He is the cagiest sheep that we've probably seen up until this point. That guy's body cavity is about as round as you can make one. He is fed near perfect, too. That thing is lean and firm and dense down his top. And I don't know that we can have too much butt in one, but I kind of think we maybe have a little bit too much butt in that one. And what happens is you get that optical illusion of roundness. And I see it in the top side of his hip as we go down into his stifle, and then as you even go to the ground and study him on his rear pastures just a little bit, there's just that roundness that I want to change. If we could square him up just a nickel, because this sheep is kind of a home run hitter, in my opinion. You level that up just a nickel, and they're probably going to have a hard time beating that thing anywhere. I want to fix him in a place or two, and that's why he gets a red ribbon today. Congratulations, you did a good job. This one is just solid, and he doesn't come to town as ripped up and creased up and as shapely as those two. He doesn't have the same kind of cheek. He doesn't have the same kind of back shape. But what I like about that one is he's tall-fronted, he's level, he's square. He's probably as good in terms of his skeleton moving around as any. I just wish there was a little more sheep there. I want to stouten that guy up, drop his cheek, and give him just a little more muscle in general. Nice job, bud. This is a tough class. Don't lose that critter. Nice work. This one here is not as tall-fronted as those. He wants to pitch downhill more than I necessarily prefer. He's probably the deepest of the top four, or the top five. But that sheep's got muscle. He's got shape. He's fed extremely well. That sheep handles like a dream, and I really like how you got him shown and got him presented. And this one here at the ground's got more fur and paws than for days. He's got enough bone for two sheep, actually. But where that one gets beat is in the front side of his cage. He's a little flatter. He's a little deeper. And his neck's a little short for me. I want to extend that out just a little bit. Let's congratulate them. They did good. Good luck to you guys.
Our results of class number 16. That's Natural Lambs weighing 128 to 135 pounds. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place was Julian Ball from Danville. Third place goes to Zayden Wooten from Salem. Fourth place, Cameron Prince from Conover. Fifth place, Tori Moran from Richwood. Sixth place, Jasper Marker from Greenville. Seventh, Addison Dillo from DeGraff. Eighth place, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Ninth, Josie Weir from Sycamore. And 10th place, Avery Flax from Springfield. We recognize recipients of the Big Committee Program Awards. Congratulations. First place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Carson Narup, receiving $300 bred by Tuck Brothers. We also recognize second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Julian Ball, receiving $200 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. In the ring, we have class number 17. These are natural lambs weighing 136 and up. I will now ask for the first and second place exhibitors in class 14, 15, 16. If you would now go and make your way to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. We'll get you signed in there and we'll be ready to show for your champion naturals. We need the first and second place individuals. Class 14, 15, and 16 to the makeup arena. This being our last class of naturals, we'll show for our division natural champion and reserve lambs. Next, we'll be ready to go with Class 18. So Class 18, be thinking about coming to the makeup arena. That'll start our blackface crosses.
Again, a really fun class to judge and really nice ones out here. I'm proud of them. The sheep are good and shown well and fed well, and it's just a pleasure to be out here and have a chance to work with these young people. One that wins, he's stout, and that thing's got a big old chest and a big arm, and that's probably as dense a back sheep as I've handled today. What I like the most about him is I think for his amount of muscle he does have, his hip and hind leg assembly, this is about as good as you can make one. That dude can drive his hind leg in the ground and travel and cover country. I like a lot of things about him. Now, I might want to chisel a little front end out of him, and maybe make that just a little nicer. But when you get one that's that stout, you're probably going to have to live with just a nickel more blade. And, if we did chisel a little blade out of him, then I want to know who the guy was that cut that bugger, because that thing has got a big back and a big hind end, and he just comes with 1 inch more shoulder than I'm necessarily shopping for, but I like that sheep a great deal. I think it's close between second and third. I like the youthfulness, and I like the immaturity of the one here in second better than the one in third. That one in third is starting to show me some signs of some wear and tear. He's a very, very good sheep, but I see a little more age in that booger over there. This one is shaped up awfully nice. That thing is creasy back. He's got a good turn to the front side of his cage. He's muscular butted. I like the top side of his hip awful well. I want to change his hind leg a little bit. He's just a little steeper and a little more restricted moving around the ring. I want him to go with just a little more flexibility, but I like what you did with your feed bucket because that thing handles extremely good. This one at the surface is probably as good as any. That thing's got big wild paws, crazy fur. He is ditch back and big butted. Problem with that sheep is he's just a little mature up front. He's starting to drop his chest a little bit. When you get him in motion too, he doesn't stay as collected and quite as nice as the two that precede him. And I think some of that's due to the fact that he is maybe maturing just slightly, but that is an awfully nice sheep to find himself in a tough class. Congratulations. This one's tall fronted, athletic, level, square. I wish there was more stuff. I want to open that guy up in the front side of his rib. I want to make him more dimensional in his hip and give him just a little more stifle shape. This young lady didn't get pulled. She had to work herself from the back of the pack all the way to the front, and she did, and I'm proud of her. At the ground, her sheep is awfully nice. That thing's got big paws and big fur. It's got a big old crease down his spine. I wish his loin edge was better. I want that thing to be a little nicer and a little more plumb right there. Good job of showing up, though. Congratulations. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 17, 18 head show. Those lambs weighed 136 and up. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place is Cade Bett from Petittsville. Third place goes to Delaney Duke from Worcester. Fourth place, Jake Kramer from Findlay. Fifth, Macy Miller from Carroll. Sixth, Cameron Winner from New Weston. Seventh, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Eighth, Ryan Starters from New Concord. Ninth, Marissa Snyder from Fort Laramie. And 10th place, Elsie Honeycutt from Hartville. We're proud to recognize recipients of the Big Committee's Breeder Program Award. First place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Cade Beck, receiving $300, bred by Wolf Brothers. Second place in the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Delaney Duke, receiving $200, bred by Wolf Brothers. We're now ready to show for your champion and reserve champion naturals. At a class number 14, those lambs weighed 96 to 116 pounds. First place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place in class 14 was Hunter Saltzner from Seville. Going to class number 15, 19 head shown, lambs weighing 117 to 127 pounds. First place, Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Second place in class 15 was Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Moving on to class number 16, lambs weighing 128 to 135, 15 head shown. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place in class number 16 was Julian Ball from Denville. And our last class was class number 17. Those lambs weighed 136 and up, 18 head shown. First place, Carson Narup from Loveland. And second place in class 17 was Kate Beck from Petittsville. Going to make a first call. First call for our first class, the Blackface Crosses. That's class number 18. Class 18, those lambs weigh 90 to 105 pounds. First call, class number 18, Blackface Crosses. Our sponsors today of our champion natural colored market lamb banner is Martin Welding and Fabrication. Matt Martin. Our reserve champion natural colored market lamb banner today is being sponsored by Bella's Barnyard, Bella Bonham. Our third through fifth banners today are sponsored by the LEAD program and Ohio Sheep and Wool Promotion and the BIG program.
really good division, and just like previous, I want y'all to help me. Let's congratulate them. I'm proud of them. They did a good job. I think it's close. I think they've got good choices out here. The young ladies lamb that wins the light class, that dude's he's square, and I like that about him. As I talked about him, his hind legs set up and his hind leg posture is awfully nice. He's up on his toes. He's short pasturing. The sheep can cover some country and travel. He's shaped up nice. I study him at this weight, and I have my only concern is his chest going to stay, and he's just a nickel deeper than I necessarily prefer. But when you get one that's that stout and that wide and that opened up, sometimes you have to live with those kind of things. I think that sheep, if he'll just stay right there in the floor of his chest as he matures, that sheep's going to be really, really nice on down the road. The one that wins the second class is different, and he's probably different than the whole field. That sheep's a taller, more extended kind of a sheep. Sheep that maybe doesn't come to town with as much muscle as maybe some other ones, and maybe not as cagey and cheeky as some other ones. But what I like about him is his skeleton is awfully nice. That sheep is tall-fronted, really good in the angle of his shoulder. He's level, he's square, and what I like the most about him is his upper hip. That sheep is long-rumped and wide and square all the way to his tail. He needs to mass up some. I wish he had a little more, and then it makes this decision even a little harder, because then if you got that kind of look and that kind of presence with as much muscle as some of the rest of them, then that's awfully a good combination that's hard not to lose. This one was a tough class, and it was one of them deals where I think we could went back and forth a little bit. I like the squareness of this sheep, and he just comes to town square on both ends of his skeleton than that one up there. Now this sheep probably needs a nickel more back shape and just a nickel more cage to be dead perfect, and maybe the heel of his loin has just a little bit of dip. It don't bug me much, but maybe it could come up just a nickel. But I like his hind leg, I like his bone, I like his general stoutness, and then that sheep really has a good look when you get to the side of him in terms of his silhouette and his body type. That one over there is different, and we talked about him. He is radical in terms of his cage, his back, his rump, his cheek. That sheep's got stuff that you don't see every day. I just wish that bugger came in a little squarer package. He's just a little rounder on both ends than I necessarily prefer, but that is a very, very unique creature in my opinion. This was a good class, and the heavyweight class was tough and good, and as I said, sometimes when you get one as stout and as burly and as massive as the one that wins that class, you'd like to probably peel just a nickel front end out of him, and I would. I want to maybe shave a little chest out of him, wedge just a little more blade out of that booger a little bit to make him really elite up front. But that sheep is as wide-chested and as big-armed and as big caged and big-backed and big-rumped as you could make one. And then when you watch him travel, his hind leg is set up for the long haul, which I dig a great deal. That one is shaped up awfully nice. I have concerns about that bugger's and his hind leg, and I want him to go more flexible, but as I said in class, I like his body, I like his touch, I like how the young man's got him fed and got him presented. If he could go just a little nicer, then he could follow up real easy for me behind our champion. But this is the champ. Nice work.
Our champion natural is Carson Nera from Loveland out of class number 17.
And as I said earlier, every once in a while it's just your day. And I think I judged this young man last year, and I think I gave him a whole drawer full of white ribbons that day, right? Well, now you got a whole drawer of blue ribbons. Congratulations, that one's reserved.
Reserve champion natural also goes to Carson Nera from Loveland at a class number 16.
And I know I picked on this bugger pretty hard. There's some things I want to fix, but there's some things that you do not see every day. And when you could put that kind of cage and that kind of back shape in one, I think it's awfully impressive. This is my third favorite. Congratulations.
Third overall goes to Julian Ball out of class number 16.
And I like this little guy a lot. I mean, I know his probably better days are ahead of him, and if that bugger will stay in the floor of his chest and keep that front end assembly right, I think he's got a bright future. Congratulations, young lady, you're fourth.
Fourth overall comes out of class 14, Adlin Bryant from Ashland.
And this booger maybe not quite right off his hind leg, and I picked on it some. He's a little steep and a little rigid, and a lot of these things are these days, but his body shape and his muscularity and his expression is awfully nice. I like that sheep a lot. You're going to be fifth. Good job, bud. Congratulations.
Our fifth overall in our natural comes out of class number 17, Kay Beck from Petittsville. Again, our champion natural banner was donated by Martin Welding and Fabrication, Matt Martin and family. And a reserve champion natural colored banner was presented by Bella Bonham from Bella's Barnyard. Okay, well, let's rock and roll now with some blackface crosses. Here's class number 18 coming in the ring here. These blackface crosses weigh 90 to 105. Class number 18. First call for class number 19. Class number 19 blackface crosses weigh 106 to 112. This will be a first call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. First call, class number 19. Second call, class number 19. Second call, class number 19. Crossbreds weigh in 106 to 112. Last call for class number 19. Last call, class number 19 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
Really nice set of lightweights, and I know we're dealing with sheep that are immature and green and got the future ahead of them, but I think they came to town pretty ready. The one that wins, she's shaped up awfully nice, and that's where she has an advantage over the one in second. There's just more crease and more rip on the top side of that one, shoulder back into her hip. I like her at the floor of her chest better than that one too. She's just a little more snug. She's got good turn to the front side of her rib cage, which I like. I wish in motion she'd be just a nickel taller fronted. I wanted to hold that shoulder up just a wee bit to give her just a little more eliteness up front, but that is an awfully good structured, pretty headed one that's got a tremendous amount of muscularity. I think the future's bright. This one's just solid, not as fancy as that one. Nice job. Not as fancy as that one, but that one's got a big cage. She's got a big chest, a great big arm. She's dimensional and square down her top. She's really level and wide at the top side of her hip. I like her running gear awfully good. She's just a fraction deeper there in the floor of her chest and maybe doesn't tie in just dead red right today in the heel of her loin, but that's an awfully solid ewe. The young man did a good job of getting him shown. This one's kind of a wild card in the deal. That sheep's tall fronted, athletic, kind of wild looking from the side, in my opinion. He's a little green and immature in the heel of his loin. He doesn't stay quite as square and rotund at the top side of his hip as the two that precede him. But I think the next 25 pounds are going to do that sheep a lot of good, in my opinion. This one's kind of the same mold. This sheep obviously needs more belly, needs a little more flank, needs a little more maturity and those kind of things. But that's a pretty dang nice sheep, in my opinion. I think about her in somebody's breeding program with her hip design, her stifle shape, her running gear, and that front end assembly. That is all good stuff. That thing just needs to mature in her belly and just get bigger in general, heavier in general, and I think that ewe is awfully, awfully good, not only in a market lamb setting, but as I've said, in a breeding pen as well. That is a good, good sheep. And this one's solid. She's a little plainer than I necessarily prefer. She's just a little deeper right there in the floor of her chest compared to a couple of the other ones. There's not as much shape and not as much crease and expression, but she's square and she's awfully solid in a lot of places. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 18, those are crossbred lambs weighing 90 to 105 pounds. First place goes to Hunter Burns from Greenville. Second, Aaron Schweiderman from Salina. Third, Bryn Bollinger from Sterling. Fourth place was Kaylin Kinsman from Archibald. Fifth, Delaney Dute from Worcester. Sixth, Kinsey Wooten from Salem. Seventh, Ada Thomas from Wakeman. Eighth place, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Eighth place, make at ninth place, Isaac Petrick from Tip City. And 10th place, Carter Kovalak from West Salem. In that class, the big committee, first place breeder award goes to Hunter Burns. He's receiving $300, bred by Epperly Club Lambs. We also want to recognize the second place big committee breeder award. Market lamb was exhibited by Brinley Bollinger. She's receiving $200, bred by Platinum Shelton Livestock. I'd like to introduce to you today somebody that's been working hard all day. I failed to recognize her. She's kind of hiding behind me back here. It's our Ohio Lamb and Wool Queen, Courtney Copeland. She's honored to serve as your 2005-2026 Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. She will begin her sophomore year this fall at South Dakota State University, where she is majoring in agricultural education. She was raised on her family sheep and crop farm located in Logan County. Courtney has been involved in the sheep industry from a young age. She has exhibited sheep at the local, state, and national levels and continues to promote the multiple facets of the American sheep industry. Courtney's excited to be here today and wishes all the exhibitors good luck. Let's give her a nice hand. She's been helping us out and sponsoring and promoting the awards and all the exhibitors today. Thank you, Courtney, for all your work. First call, class number 20. Class number 20, Blackface crosses Wham 113 to 115. First call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
What class is this?
19.
Your mic on.
Again, exhibitors today, if you could help us out a little bit, if you have a scratch today, please let the gals know. They have those entry sheets down there, and so they know who's coming in. And so sometimes they're waiting on you to come in and then find out later you're a scratch. So it'd help us go on with our show a little bit smoother if we knew that you were coming. If we hope you're not a scratch, but if you are a scratch, we would appreciate if you let the gals know they're at the Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 20. Second call, class number 20. Crossbred Lambs win 113 to 115. Last call for class number 20. Crossbred Lambs win 113 to 115. Last call, class number 20.
Another fun one to judge, and we've got a couple up here at the top, and they're a little bit different in their general build, and they come to town in a little bit different rig today. The one that wins, I think she just checks the most boxes. Her body cavity and the turn to the front side of her rib cage is awfully nice, and where she beats that one today is just her general balance and front end assembly suits me a little better. She's really smooth there in the transition from the point of her shoulder back into her cage. She's really level and stays good in her top line in motion, and she's another one. If you study her hip and hind leg setup, I think that's all good stuff. Now, she's maybe not as wildly stout as like the one there in second, but I think she certainly checks that box on being stout enough, and her general build and body assembly is awfully nice. Congratulations, you did a good job getting that one shown. This one is crazy stout. He's got a big chest and a big arm, and he's cagey, and his upper rump design and the turn to his stifle, I like that dude a lot. Now, I think that sheep needs to weigh some to get really good because he's a little piecey today. His shoulder opens up a little bit. The heel of his loin's not dead perfect, and in motion, he's not holding his top line quite as nice. But I think the next 25 pounds was going to do that sheep some justice, because when you study him at the ground and work your way up, there is a lot of sheep there, and sometimes when you have that much sheep, they've got to weigh some to kind of make everything tie together. I think that bugger's got a bright future, in my opinion. Congratulations on being second. When this one came in the gate, this one's the one that caught my eye the most, because that ewes really neat up front. She wedges in good at the point of her shoulder. She's got a really nice square tail head in her, and her hind leg assembly is pretty nice. The longer we go, though, she starts breaking down there in the heel of her loin, and her tail shoots up more than I necessarily prefer, and he does a good job of trying to protect it. But the longer we go and the tireder she gets, she starts fading there just a little bit, and so I want to make her top line just a little nicer to move her up. But I think that's an awesome ewe for this young man on down the road. This weather's green and skinny. I think he's got a chance. He's not as cagey today as some of the other ones, and I'm going to pick on him. He's just a little flatter right there in the front side of his rib cage, and because he's green and skinny, the heel of his loin is not perfect. But that sheep is tall-fronted, pretty headed, got a good shoulder in him, really good fur and nice hind leg set up. I think just time, maturity, and groceries are going to do him justice. That's a nice sheep. And this one is stout. He's thick. He's muscular. He's a little too upright for me, a little too straight in his shoulder. And compared to the field, he's a fraction deeper in the floor of his chest and has a little more blade than I necessarily prefer. But there is a lot of sheep in that one. Congratulations. It's a good class.
Our results, the class number 19. There were 17 head shown. Those lambs weighed 106 to 112 pounds. First place goes to Lexa Dunlap from Mainville. Second place, Tori Moran from Richwood. Third, Hunter Saltzner from Seville. Fourth, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Fifth, we have Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Sixth, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Seventh place, Allison DeMassimino from Sterling. Eighth, Kaylin Kinsman from Archibald. Ninth, Sierra Boyce from Franklin. And 10th place, Gia Stickle from Bowling Green. Congratulations to the first place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Lexa Dunlap. She's going to receive $300. The lamb was bred by Adams Family Club Lambs. Also want to proudly recognize the second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Tori Moran, receiving $200, bred by M. Stutz Show Lambs. In the ring, we have class number 20, so we'll make a first call. First call for class number 21. Black-faced cross lambs weighing 116 to 119. First call, class 21, to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 21. Second call, class 21. Lambs win 116 to 119. Last call for class number 21. Crossbred Lambs win 116 to 119. Last call.
Really nice pair up here at the top, and I think both of those sheep came to town ready to go and ready to roll. The one that wins, his front end assembly, man, that's good stuff. That thing is extra shallow. His blade ties into his body awfully nice. His neck hinges directly on the top side of his shoulder. He is bulletproof in his top line, and where he beats that one, in my opinion, is when you study him right there at the top side of his hip, and then that extra turn that he has to his stifle. He is a good fronted sheep that's cheeky butted, and that sometimes is hard to find. Congratulations, awfully, awfully nice one. This one's stout and wide and grizzly bear back. That thing has got a big old crease down his top. He's got that extra turn to his cage that we're all shopping for. I want to re-engineer his hip. He's just a little short right there, and maybe we got tail docked just a nickel short. I want to lengthen that out, and then I think we create more squareness. He's just a little rounder than what I necessarily prefer, but a really, really nice one. Stands second in competitive class. This one's got a little more blade and a little more shoulder than those two, but that sheep is edgy, he's creasy, he's expressive. I want him to be a little nicer there in the heel of his loin, but mainly I want to re-engineer him up front and give him just a little more design and a little more pattern. Congratulations to you. This sheep's just solid as all get out. Now he's a little deeper in the floor of his chest, he's a little plainer in terms of how he's put together, but that sheep is square, he's muscular, and he travels the ring as coordinated and as correct as anything in this group. An awfully, awfully nice sheep. This one's a little skinny, maybe just a little weird as we study him today. He's maybe wanting to get just a little easy behind his shoulder. I just want that thing to be more dimensional here. I want to crank him up in his hip, open him there in the top side of his rump, and then as he get him in motion, handle his top line a little nicer. Let's congratulate him. It's a good class.
Our results of class number 20. First place goes to Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place goes to Reese Cook from Mansfield. Third, Bryn Bullinger from Sterling. Fourth place, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. Fifth, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Sixth, Rowan Ward from Waverly. Seventh, Boston Stapleton from Somerville. Eighth, Gabriella Izzo from Medina. Ninth, Morgan Neal from Bellevue. And 10th place, Tinley Cook from Mansfield. From that class, first place in the big committee breeder award was exhibited by Sutton Weston. He'll be receiving $300, bred by Amstutz Show Lambs. Second place in the big committee breeder award market lamb was exhibited by Maddox Narup, receiving $200, also bred by Amstutz Show Lambs. In the ring, we have class 21. This is class number 22. We need to make a first call. Class number 22, first call into the ring, into the makeup arena. Lambs weighing 120 to 124. First call, class 22. Second call for class number 22. Crossbred lambs win 120 to 124. Final call for class number 22. Final call, class 22. Lambs win 120 to 124 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Final call.
There's a pretty good one to win this class, and to me, he's a little bit of a separator in the group. That sheep is really built nice up front, and as I've said many times, if you start at the top of his shoulder and work your way to his sternum, that is nice and tight and snug, and then he's open in his cage. He's dense, he's dimensional down his top. I like his rump shape, I like his stifle shape. I think his hind legs built for the long haul. Just an awfully nice sheep to win a good class. I'm proud of that one a great deal. This one is stout and burly, kind of like our class winner, but he comes to town a little staler today. He's not quite as fresh. He don't have the same kind of glow that bugger's got. And I don't think he's quite as good right there on the floor of his chest and maybe how his neck ties to the top side of his shoulder as that sheep. But I like his power and I like his dimension a great deal. That's an awfully nice sheep. This ewe lamb is just solid, and she doesn't have the same kind of leanness and athleticism that those two have, and I probably want to make her just a nickel wider when I study her from the backside. But I like her height of shoulder, I like her cage, and I like the amount of quality that she does possess. That's an awfully, awfully nice ewe for that young lady. And this sheep's a little greener and a little more immature, and maybe slightly in a weird growing stage as we study him today, but compared to the three that precede him, he's just a little more open in his blade than I like. He's got a little more outward turn to that blade, and then he's, because of that, I don't think he's quite as nice in the transition from his shoulder to his rib cage. Maybe he wants to be just a little flatter there as I study him, but that sheep's got a tremendous amount of muscle, and I like him. When this sheep is stopped and propped, he handles and touches as good as any. In motion, I want to re-engineer his hip and his hind leg. He's just a little stiffer and a little more rigid. I want him to go more correct and more comfortable out of his hind leg, but I like his shape and his touch a great deal. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 21. Those lambs weighed 116 to 119. First place goes to Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Second place goes to Taylor Workman from Springfield. Third place, Kenzie Wooten from Salem. Fourth place, Bailey Browsey from Sycamore. Fifth place, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Sixth, Brooke Narup from Mainville. Seventh, Ephraim Fowler from Salesville. Eighth place, Brady Barth from Marietta. Ninth place, William Gossard from Herod. And 10th place, Allison DiMassimino from Sterling. We want to recognize the recipients of the Big Committee Breeder Program Awards. First place breeder award for the first place market lamb in the class was exhibited by Addie Dunlap, receiving $300, bred by Hild Brothers Show Lambs. We also want to recognize second place Big Committee Breeder Award market lamb exhibited by Bailey Browsey, from receiving $200, bred by H.C. Showstock. In the ring, we have class number 22. First call, class 23. Class 23, black-faced crosses weigh 125 to 127. Class number 23 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call for class number 23. Second call, class number 23. Last call for class number 23. Last call to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Last call, class number 23.
Really impressive class, and one of the deeper classes that we've had all day. I mean, we've got sheep on this side of the ring that they're awfully, awfully good ones. They just find themselves in a really tough, competitive class. There's 3 wolfy ones out here, and I'm sure all 3 of those came to town thinking they were going to win something big, and unfortunately, it's only going to be one that can do something. This is called getting them ready, boys, because this boy's got these sheep ready. And when you come and touch them, they touch different. This thing is dense, firm. His skin is perfect. His pelt is perfect. He's glowing as far as just the brightness that he comes to the ring with. That thing is dead ready. Now, he's not as heavy structured as as I maybe necessarily prefer. And if I'm going to make that bugger perfect, I'm going to give him a little more fur and a little more bigger paws just to complete the deal. But that sheep is good structured. He's mobile. He's flexible. And I promise, if you handle that critter, he touches is about as good as you can touch one, in my opinion. Congratulations, dude. That's an awfully nice one. That's a close pair. And them sheep are kind of similar from a distance, I think, in terms of at the surface, their silhouette, their body types, I think, are similar. This one's wider. He's got a bigger chest, he's got a bigger arm, and when he goes away from me, he stays squarer and more collected on his hind end. Now, that sheep wants to play out just a nickel in the heel of his loin, and compared to that one, even though I'm not telling you this sheep's flat rib by any means, but he is not as cagey, he's not as dense. He is a good-looking booger that I wish just came to town with just a little more stuff. I like that sheep a great deal. Congratulations to you. This one here looks better when we get him stopped. That sheep has some balance and he has some design. When I get him in motion, maybe he kind of falls apart just a little bit and starts rolling out of his front end. And where I'm going to beat him today is when I stand directly in front of that dude. I want to open him up, give him a bigger forearm, and then when he goes away from me, I want to make him travel and stay just a little square. But make no doubt about it, that is an awfully good lamb. As I said, just finds himself in a really tough class. This young man's probably tired of being fourth today because it seems like I put you fourth every class. But that is a good sheep. Compared to those, it maybe looks like we maybe overfed that dude just a little bit because he's a little more mature up front. He's a little deeper when you study him from the top side of his shoulder going down into his chest. And he's another one that maybe he could come just a little nicer at the heel of his loin. But that sheep has muscle. He has touch. I like his hind leg, and I like the way you showed him a great deal. Congratulations, bud. Sorry for being fourth again. This sheep's not ready, but I like this sheep. This sheep's tall-fronted, extended, athletic. He has some presence and design from the side. He's not wide enough today. He's a little green. He's a little immature. I think that sheep just needs time, groceries, and nutrition. And when we open him up a little bit with that kind of look and that kind of design, especially the way you show him, I think that sucker's got a chance later on down the road. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 22, crossbred lambs weighing 120 to 124. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place, Oksana Gossard from Herod. Third place, Tori Moran from Richwood. Fourth, Hunter Solzner from Seville. Fifth, Brenley Bollinger from Sterling. Sixth, Reed Black from Newcomerstown. Seventh, Carter Kovalik from West Salem. Eighth, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Ninth, Reese Toller from Bidwell. And 10th, Shelby Bays from Ashland. The big committee, first place breeder award, recognize a breeder of the first place market lamb. Congratulations, a first place big committee breeder award market lamb exhibited by Oksana Gossard, receiving $300 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. We also want to recognize the second place big committee breeder award market lamb exhibited by Tori Moran, receiving $200 bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. In the ring, we have class number 23, so that'll bring us to class number 24. First call, class 24. Blackface Cross Lambs weigh 128 to 130. Class 24 to the makeup ring, please. Second call for class 24. Second call, class 24, Blackface Cross, 128 to 130 to the makeup ring. Last call for class number 24. Last call, class 24. Blackface Class Slams win 128 to 130.
Being a crazy good competitive class, and the sheep that wins is one that maybe is slightly different than than what I've been using for most of the day, but I just think that sheep has too much quality and design and pattern and symmetry and just correctness in motion. He's not as stout, he's not as wide, he's not as cagey, he's not as big backed as that one. But I'm going to check the box on muscularity and say I think that sheep's got enough carcass merit. And then past that, he is a separator in this class in terms of build, quality, and design. I think you got him fed and fitted extremely well. I like that one a great deal. Congratulations. This is the stoutest one of the top three by some margin. That guy's got a big old chest in him. He is extra round and rotund in his cage. He's got a big old fat arm in him too. He is wide and massive and really rotund down his back. Now, that sheep's coming to town with just a little more bark than I like on one. And when you palm him in his forerib, it's pretty hard to find rib cage in that thing. And I'm not saying we throw him away too fat kind of a deal, but I would like to trim that booger up just a little bit to give him a shot to beat that one. And then also in motion, and I think he's kind of favoring a leg just a little bit, but skeletally, I'd like to see that guy go with a little more comfort and a little more flexibility, and maybe just take just a nicer, more aggressive stride. But look, that sheep is stout, massive. I know you come to town to win. I like him a great deal. I wish he was just a little leaner. He'd suit me better. Congratulations for being second in a tough class. This is a nice sheep, but he doesn't have the same kind of stuff that those two got, and he's starting to play out. The longer we went, he got a little tireder, and he started fading there in the heel of his loin. And compared to those two, I think he's the flattest in the front side of his cage. I think his sternum sits in there just a little further down than I necessarily like. But look, he's got big paws. He's got good running gear. I thought you showed the heck out of him. Congratulations to be third. And this one, he's different, and I like him. He is rotund stout. That's the biggest structured sheep we may have seen hit the ring. His paws and his running gear are fantastic in my opinion. That thing has got a big old back, a big old hind end. He's probably a little more coarse than I'm looking for. He's got a little more blade, he's a little shorter, stubbier, thicker neck. I'd just like for him to look a little better and a little more attractive up front, but I like his mass a great deal. Congratulations to you. And this one's just solid. He's not as heavy structured. He's not as stout at the ground as a couple of the other ones. Done a good job getting that one fed. He handles nice. He's got a good touch to him. He's just a little deeper in the floor of his chest than what I'm looking for. And compared to some of the other ones, I wish he came to town with just a little more bone and just a little more stoutness at the surface. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 2318 head showed those lambs weighed 125 to 127 pounds. First place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place goes to Carly Mag from Ottawa. Third, Oksana Gossard from Herod. Fourth, Dallas Kribahenny from Richwood. Fifth, Bria White from Ashland. Sixth, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Seventh, Emma Titak from Zanesville. Eighth, Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Ninth, Bryson Bays from Ashland. And 10th place, Hallie Kinder from Sardinia. Congratulations to the first place Big Committee Breeder Awards. Market Lamb was exhibited by Adeline Bryant, receiving $300 bred by Sloan Club Lambs. We want to recognize the second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Carly Mag, receiving $200 bred by M. Stutz Show Lambs. In the ring, we have class number 24. Class number 24, that'll bring us to first call for class 25. Class 25, those are lambs weighing 131 to 134. Class 25 need to be in the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Don't tell me nothing.
Yeah. Have to go this way. Nope.
Keep that on. Last call for class number 25. Last call, class 25. Lambs win 131 to 134. To the makeup ring, please.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Really nice really nice sheep to win this particular class. And I think when you compare this bugger to the field, as I've said before, I think he separates himself to some degree. I mean, that sheep is good in the heart of his chest. He's round in the front side of his cage. He's firm, he's dense, he's dimensional down his spine. He's got that little extra cheek shape, and that's where he beats that one by some margin, is he's just quite a bit more opened up and more dimensional from the backside. Other than him being slightly lazy moving around, which I don't think there's anything that distorts from a skeleton-wise, if he would go with just a little more authority, it would make this even just simpler. But because once you get to this spot, there is a lot of horsepower in that bugger, and he does have a good look from the side. Congratulations, it's awfully nice sheep. This one here is built awfully nice up front, and for a sheep to have that kind of silhouette and then still be that extra wide in his chest with the bigness of the arm that he comes to town with, I dig that dude up front. But when I get around the backside, I got to have a little more. He just does not have enough dimension down low and just enough stuff in the center part of his twist to compete with that one. I like the look, I like the design, I like the skeleton. I just wish there was more to go with it. Congratulations. That sheep probably has the best silhouette of any. Her underlying quality and just her build in general is impressive. In a brood ewe setting, that is an awfully nice brood ewe for me. I promise. Her chest, her rib, her top line, her levelness, her squareness, her running gear, all good stuff. She's a little barky for me. She's starting to cover up just a little bit more than I necessarily prefer, and compared to those two, not as much muscle expression and not as much muscle shape. The one in fourth, stout and burly and beefy, and I like that about him. But he kind of comes untrained a little bit. Congratulations, bud. Comes untrained a little bit in his top line. He wants to dip in the heel of his loin a little bit. He opens up at the point of his shoulder. I like him from a product standpoint. I just want to improve his build. And the one that's coming next is a good touching one. Done a good job with your feed bucket. That sheep handles nice. He handles appropriate. In motion, he doesn't handle his hind leg quite as nice as I want him to. And then he gets a little deeper in his chest when we get him on the go. When you get him stopped and propped, it looks fine. But when we get him going, I want to improve him there a little bit. Congratulations. Awfully good class.
Our results of class number 24, 21 head shown. Lambs weigh 128 to 130 pounds. First place is Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. Second place is Reese Cook from Mansfield. Third, Zane Warner from Vickery. Fourth place, Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Fifth place, we have Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Sixth place, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Seventh, Carter Kovalik from West Salem. Eighth place, Gavin Richards from Bowling Green. Ninth, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. And 10th place, Bria White from Ashland. Placing in the Big Committee Breeder Award. First place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Reese Cook, receiving $300, bred by Adam Family Club Lambs. Second place in the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Kendall Davies, receiving $200, bred by Tuck Brothers.
Did you bring anything up yet?
I thought so.
Pat's got it on her clipboard, maybe.
In the ring, we have class 25. That brings us to class number 26. Class number 26. Lambs weighing 135 to 138. We need to have those in the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Class number 26. Second call for class number 26. Again, Lambs win 135 to 138. Second call. Last call for class number 26. Last call, class 26, Lambs win 135 to 138.
Really nice class and super deep. And young man in sixth over here, he has an extra creasy, shapely one. I just wish that bugger traveled and took a little longer stride out of his hind end, but that's an awfully nice sheep to stand sixth in this class. You know, we're starting to get, and I know they're not heavyweights by any means, but we're starting to push up just a nickel in weight, and maybe all these buggers are starting to show a little signs of maturity, and I don't know if that's all a good thing, really, at this stage. We got sheep probably weighing in the 30s, and they're just a little bulkier up front. I know the judge likes them thick and massive and stout, but I think they could all be just maybe not necessarily trimmed up, but maybe just a little cleaner underneath in their lower body cavity. And that's where I'm going to get critical of the one that wins. That is a stout grizzly bear dude, and at the surface, he's got big paws and big running gear. He's got a big old beefy back in him. He is really dimensional and shapely, and he's stocky. He's just a fraction deeper than I'm shopping for, and maybe like we overfed him just 1 inch. But that is an awfully, awfully, awfully good sheep that I wish was just a nickel cleaner there. Congratulations to you. And I think the same thing holds true the one in second. He's just a little bulkier up front than maybe what I'm shopping for. And compared to our class winner, he doesn't stay quite as nice and good right there at the top side of his hip, and he doesn't maybe have just the same muscularity in general. But that is a flexible, sound, good structured sheep that hits the ring with some correctness and some flexibility. I just like to re-engineer him a little bit on either side of his skeleton. Congratulations, did a good job feeding that bugger. This is a kind of a unique one. He's got those big paws and big running gear, and I like him at the surface as good as any. Compared to those two, he doesn't tie as good in the heel of his loin. He's starting to fade there a little bit, and I think he's just a little flatter in the front side of his cage. Now, some of that, he's got that extra rotund back in him. That thing is ditch-backed and creasy, and sometimes when they're ditch-backed and creasy like that, you have the illusion of being a little flatter. And I think yet I'd like to open him up in his cage and then make him transition in his loin nicer, but he is awfully nice as well. Unfortunately, this young lady had a hard go. That sheep doesn't want to act right. He doesn't want to go. And I think he's a little tighter, perhaps, moving around. But when we get him stopped, I mean, that thing is big armed, big cage, fat back, big ended, and his hind legs set up. When we get him stopped, I like how he plants that bugger in the ground. He's a little deeper in the floor of his chest, and we never can really catch that sheep in motion good enough to decide if he needs to be moved up or not. And it's unfortunate. He just had a bad day. I'm sure there'll be a better one later. This sheep's just solid. Now, he's a little plainer in his design for me. He's a little deeper in his chest, maybe a little more open in the front side of his blade. Maybe he doesn't have as much muscle as a couple of the other ones. But skeletally, he is good, and that's what I like about him. He's sound, he's mobile, he's flexible. Again, my young man did a good job getting him showed. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 25. Class number 25, those lambs weighed 131 to 134 pounds. First place goes to Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place goes to Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. Third place goes to Brindley Rice from Farmdale. Fourth place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Fifth, Hunter Sutzner from Seville. Sixth, Keegan Jones from Herod. Seventh, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Eighth, Caitlin Kinsman from Archibald. Ninth, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. And 10th place, Cagney Craft from Fort Recovery. As part of the Big Committee Breeder Program, first place in the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb is exhibited by Sutton Weston, receiving $300 bred by Adams Family Club Lambs. Second place in the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb exhibited by Brindley Rice, receiving $200 bred by TKM Livestock. In the ring, we have class number 26. Class number 26. We're going to make a first call for class number 27. Class number 27 to the makeup arena. Those lambs weigh 139 to 142 pounds. Class number 27. In our Blackface Cross Market Lamb show today, they're sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Shell House Livestock Company, Schroyer Showstock, Adam Family Club Lambs, Umberger Feeds, Beck Show Lambs, Major League Club Lambs, Amstutz Show Lambs, Johnson Show Lambs, Kalmbach Feeds Formula for Champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Show Feeds Incorporated by Kalmbach, the Showbox Society, McCurdy Club Lambs, the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. The Ohio State Fair Sheep Department and the OSIA thanks the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program for approving checkoff-funded support for this landmark Youth Sheep Excellence Initiative. This funding directly supports youth, strengthens Ohio sheep industry, and rewards excellence at every level of competition. Hundreds of exhibitors will benefit, showcasing and diversity and strength of our industry. As you walk through the barn, please thank the breeders, the businesses, and the individuals whose checkoff support and lead sponsorships have made this possible. Just a reminder today from the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, if you received a red envelope with the OSIA lead logo during the fair, it means you've earned an incentive award through the Ohio State Fair Youth Sheep Excellence Initiative. These awards are made possible thanks to the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program's approval of the checkoff funded support. And along with OSIA Lead Council sponsored Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn Promotion Auction Partners. Your payment will be mailed in weeks following the fair, and we thank all breeders, businesses, and individuals whose support make this possible.
Okay, so all right, still got 23. Oh yeah, see, I knew.
I'm hoping the sugar's going to kick me into gear.
I got cashews. I mean.
Last call for class number 27. Last call, 27 needs to be in the makeup arena. Those lambs weigh 139 to 142. Last call, class 27.
Man, a really good class, and up until this point, I think this is probably the deepest group that we've had. Oh, Sheep down there in fifth, he's good. That thing's tall fronted, shallow, sporty, got a good look. His temperament wasn't perfect today, but when you get in the middle of that booger, I don't know that he's just opened up enough in the front side of his cage. I don't know if he's dimensional enough in the back side of his stifle. He is a good looking sheep that I wish had a little more horsepower. That one's got a lot of horsepower, and that's what I like it. That is one cagey, cheeky, rotund backed sheep. In motion, he comes untrained. He opens up in his shoulder. I want to fix his hind leg just a wee bit, but that is an awfully, awfully good sheep that I just wish traveled and had a little more design up front. Congratulations, bud, to be fourth in this class. This sucker's solid as all get out. He is a good sheep, and the best compliment I can give that booger is there's not a lot of things I'd change about him. He's tall enough fronted, he's level, he's square, he's got big fur, big paws, dimensional, all those kind of good things. But I promise you, you could put him inside of those two and he wouldn't touch a wall. He ain't quite stout enough. He ain't quite woofy enough, in my opinion. He just finds himself in a super competitive, ultra tough class. I like your sheep a lot. Sorry for putting him third. I think these two are pretty daggum good. Both of those sheep got some presence. They've got some design. They have some balance. They're shown, fed, and fit extremely well. I wish both of them could have got a blue ribbon. That one's got more stuff. He's denser, he's firmer, he's harder, and what I like about that sheep is I think his proportional weight sets in the hind end of his body better than that one. This one's got a little more weight up front, in my opinion. That one, I think he has got so much stuff in the backside, and then you get around in front of him, how his chest is able to stay up in his body, his blade is wedged in there, his neck strings out the top side of his shoulder, and then he don't fall off the horse when you get him moving. He stays collected, he stays correct. I like that booger a great deal. I like this one when the young lady gets him in motion probably better than we get him parked. On the go, that sheep has balance, design, and then he's got that big paws and big running gear, which we all like. But he's a little lazy driving, and his blade kind of comes forward, and it gets a little weird in his top line, and that's why he gets beat. That sheep will be in contention later in the day, I promise. And he got beat for small things. I like him a lot. Let's congratulate them. They did a good job. Nice work.
Our results of class number 26, 23 had shown those lambs weighed 135 to 138 pounds. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place goes to Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Third place goes to Reese Toller from Bidwell. Fourth place goes to Cade Beck from Petittsville. And fifth place goes to Adlin Bryant from Ashland. Sixth place goes to Betsy Young-Peter from Spencerville. Seventh, Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Eighth, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Ninth, Bryn Bollinger from Sterling. And 10th place goes to Riley Starcher from New Concord. Our breeder awards from the Big Committee. Congratulations. The first place Big Committee Breeder Award Marker Lamb was exhibited by Cody Beck. Receiving $300 and bred by Beck Show Lambs. Also want to recognize second place Big Committee Breeder Award Marker Lamb exhibited by Adeline Bryant. Receiving $200 bred by Ba Livestock. In the ring, we have class number 27. We're going to make a first call. First call for our last class of blackface crosses. That's class number 28. Class number 28, those will be lambs that weigh 143 pounds and up. Our last class on the blackface crosses, class number 28, 143 and up. Last call for class number 28. Last call, class number 28. That'll be our last Blackface Cross class of the day. This will be your final call for class 28 to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Again, all you other Blackface Cross exhibitors that were number 1 and number 2 in placing in classes 18 through 27. Be getting those first 2 class winners ready. We'll be calling you next to come to the makeup arena so we can name our Blackface Cross champion and reserve, well, actually top 5. Listen up, we need the youth participants that are going to participate in the Buckeye battle with the legislators. We need to have those over here in front of the office without their lambs. Without their lambs. We just need to have you, the ones that are going to participate in that teaching, showing with the legislators that we're going to have here in our little break between the Crossbred show and then setting up for the grand drive. So for those are going to help out with that, you probably know who you are. We need to have you over here at the office as soon as possible.
Again, a really solid class and a bunch of nice ones in this particular group as well. The ewe-lamb that wins, she's got an advantage in the front side of her cage, and that's where she beats that one. She's just more open, she's more expansive. She's got a big old chest in her and a big arm, and then she is extra shapely, extra creasy, and extra muscular working down her spine. She comes with a little bit of a bobble right there in the heel of her loin, and maybe she hinges just a wee bit and her tail sticks up in the air sometimes, but then that also helps her in motion, because as she's able to go around the ring, she can cover her track and cover some country, and that's where she beats that one, is when you get them on the go. I like her flexibility and just her correctness at the surface better than that one. The one in second is a hard-touching, big-muscled, big-chested, big-armed, muscular-butted one. There's all kinds of power in that particular sheep. He's a little tighter walking around. He's maybe just a nickel steeper and more straight there in his rear hock, maybe just a little more upright as we study him in his shoulder. But when you get your hands on him and palm him down his top, there's a lot of sheep there and a lot of horsepower in that bugger. I just wish he was a little more flexible and covered a little more country compared to our class winner. I like that bugger a lot. The best handling sheep, though, is the one in third. That thing has got a rocket for a back. He is ditch-backed and creasy and edgy, and then he's got that extra turn to his stifle that I've been talking about all day. His silhouette's not as good. I'd put a little more belly in that thing, drop his flank. That would improve his balance and improve his design, but I just think there's too much horsepower in that one to not get him any further than third. I'd just like to change him from the outside a little bit. The one in fourth is better designed in terms of his silhouette, but that one's not as good when you get right over the top of him. He's just a little plainer backed. He's a little plainer there at the top side of his hip, and he's not nearly as cheeky as the one directly in front of him, but I like his shoulder setup, and I like his underline quality a great deal. The one that's coming next is just extra solid. That sheep doesn't have as much mass, he doesn't have as much bulk, he's not as wide as a few of the ones that precede him. But I like his height, I like his elevation. Young lady did a good job of getting that one fed and getting him presented. I just wish there was a little more stuff. Let's congratulate them, they did good.
Our results of class number 27. Class number 27, those lambs weighed 139 to 142 pounds, 23 head shown. First place goes to Reese Cook from Mansfield. Second place was Ephraim Fowler from Salesville. Third was Rowan Ward from Waverly. Fourth, Avery Flax from Springfield. Fifth, Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Sixth, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Seventh, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Eighth place, Peyton Prince from Conover. Ninth place, Bryson Bays from Ashland. And 10th place, Allison Poling from Richwood. From our Big Committee Breeder Award, congratulations. First place from the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Reese Cook. She'll be receiving $300 bred by Adams Family Club Lambs. And the second place Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Rowan Ward, receiving $200 from Adam Family Club Lambs. Okay, coming in the ring, this is class number 28. Class number 28. These lambs weigh 143 pounds and up. This will be our final class for the Blackface Cross Division. I am going to call the first and second place individuals out of class 18 through 27. 18 through 27. So if you were first or second in a Blackface Cross class, we need for you to come to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena to get you checked in for the large class that we'll have for your Blackface Cross Division champion. So let's be moving those lambs to the Makeup Arena. all junior exhibitors that are going to be helping, teaching with the BA division that we're going to have after our crossbred drive with the legislators. We need to have those junior exhibitors over here in front of the office. Again, if you're showing, you keep showing. If you're going to show in the crossbred drive, you stay in the crossbred drive. We're just asking those exhibitors that have signed up that we have mated with the legislators that we need for you to meet them right now and get used to them, because this is going to be a teaching experience both for the legislators and also for these junior exhibitors. Also getting later here in the day, again, if you're interested in maybe your exhibitor getting a picture of their lamb here at the fair, there's been a lot of pictures taken today. Megan Hunker and her crew, Megan Hunker Roughing. As you can see, these gals have been out here in the ring all day long today and yesterday and tomorrow. Anyhow, they're out here in the ring taking action shot photos, both there in the ring. If you want a still picture at the backdrop, they can run over there and do that with you. Well, they're actually over there. They can do that on the backdrop. Again, you can look at those photos that they'll have them online at lindyslivestockphotos.com. But again, if you want a different picture, they can do that. Again, with the backdrop. I seen Carly out here today. I seen Cameron out here today. But anyhow, we appreciate Megan and her crew taking these professional shots all day long. So walk up to them. They'll be glad to talk to you, and they'll get a picture for you if it's something that you want to do. Again, we need to have the first two class winners, first and second place, out of Class 18 through Class 27. Those blackface cross class champions and reserves, we need to have those into the makeup arena. We're pretty close to finishing off our last class here of the day in the blackface crosses, and right after that, we will go right into naming our champion and reserve blackface crosses and top 5. Now, our grand drive will be this evening at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, we have a production stage and carpet and everything that needs to be built here on the west end of the Sheep Arena for that. So that drive will be at 8 o'clock. Right after our champion drive, though, we're going to have maybe a little entertainment here in the ring. We're going to have what you're going to call a Buckeye battle, which okay, and it's going to be several of the legislators are coming to learn how to show sheep, and so several of our exhibitors today are going to pair up with them, and they're going to teach them how to show sheep or show lambs. So that's going to happen for maybe a half an hour in between.
Again, a really good class, and sometimes at some shows you come to and you get in the heavyweights or the heavy division and the big dumb uglies start coming. Well, the big dumb uglies are not in this class. There is a bunch of good sheep in this particular class, and the one that wins, I think he separates himself by some degree. He's the one that when you study him up front, that's what I'm shopping for. His chest is in the right spot, his cage is round and curved and opened up, and yet his shoulder blade blends perfectly into that rib cage, and then his neck just shoots out of the top side of his body awfully nice. And where he's got an advantage over the one in second, I think he just stays nicer and cleaner in his underline, and then the top side of his hip, that's impressive stuff. I like that bugger. He's wide, square, deep twisted. Get him in motion. He doesn't let you down. He stays collected and coordinated on the go. That's an awfully nice sheep to win a really competitive class. The next two are close, and as you could tell, I was back and forth. This one's not as good walking around the ring. He kind of comes untrained, and he maybe drops his chest, and he rolls out of his front end just a nickel when we get him in motion. But when we get stopped, we get parked, he's taller fronted. I think he's a little smoother in his top line. He definitely holds his top line a little better. And I like his added length of hip and his levelness of rump just a little bit better. He gets beat today because when we get him on the go, I don't think he stays as collected and as coordinated in motion. But that sheep handles well. Young lady did a good job getting him fed and getting him percented. The one that I have trouble with is the one in third. And quite honestly, when he walked in the gate, I had him in the first or second hole pretty easy. That thing's got a big chest, he's got a great big rib cage, and he is extra cheeky butted. At the surface, his running gear and his paws are about as nice as you can make one. I want to fix his top line. His tail sticks up a little bit too much, which gives him that little fade in the heel of his loin. And then at times, I think his shoulder blade opens up a little bit more than I necessarily prefer. That is a dadgum good sheep that just simply finds himself in a hard and competitive class. The one in fourth is stout. He's burly, he's shapely, he's muscular, and the young man did a great job of getting him fed. I want that thing, congratulations, I want that thing to be more flexible on the go. He's too upright in his shoulder and in his knee, and then when you get him in motion, I want him to have a little longer stride off his hind too. It's a shame because you did such a good job of getting that one fed, and in my opinion, you kind of get beat on a technicality because her sheep just quite doesn't move quite good enough, but that's what happens when you get in a tough class. The one in fifth's not as fancy as a couple of the other ones. He's a little coarser shouldered, he's a little thicker necked, he's probably just a little deeper in his chest. But that sheep is stout, he's muscular, and he is extra big at the surface. Let's congratulate them. They did good.
Our results of class number 28. Class number 28, those lambs weighed 143 and up. Our first place goes to Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Second place was Sutton Weston from Marion. Third, Julian Ball from Denville. Fourth, Keegan Jones from Herod. Fifth, Chance Holly from Bowling Green. Sixth, Avery Flax from Springfield. Seventh, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Eighth, Claire Kramer from Findlay. Ninth, Emma Titak from Zanesville. And 10th place, Lila Henry from London. From the Big Committee Breeder Program, congratulations, first place. Market lamb was exhibited by Peyton Courtwright, receiving $300. That lamb was bred by Platinum Shelton. Second place in the Big Committee Breeder Award Market Lamb was exhibited by Sutton Weston. She's receiving $200. That lamb was bred by Amstutz Show Lambs. Going to make a last and final call for the first two division lambs there in the black-face crosses. That's classes 18 through 28. Number 1, number 2, in each one of those classes, we need to have you in the Schroyer show stock, make up a ring. We're ready to go for our black-face cross champion drive and also top 5. You ready, Colonel? All right, welcome to our Blackface Cross Champion Drive. Starting with class number 18. Class number 18, those lambs weighed 90 to 105 pounds. First place was Hunter Burns from Greenville. Second in that class was Aaron Schweiderman from Salina. In class number 19, there were 17 heads shown. Those lambs weighed 106 to 112 pounds. First place, Lexa Dunlap from Mainville. Second place was Tori Moran from Richwood. In class number 20, 19 head shown, lambs weighed 113 to 115 pounds. First place was Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place in that class was Reese Cook from Mansfield. At class number 21, those lambs weighed 116 to 119 pounds, 18 head shown. First place was Addie Dunlap from Mainville. Second place was Taylor Workman from Springfield. Out of class number 22, 25 head shown. Those lambs weighed 120 to 124. First place, Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place was Oksana Gossard from Herod. In class number 23, 18 head shown. Those lambs weighed 125 to 127 pounds. First place, Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place was Carly Mag from Ottawa. In class number 24, 21 head shown. Those lambs weighed 128 to 130 pounds. First place, Anara Schroyer from DeGraff.
Menards early. There we go.
Second place was Reese Cook from Mansfield.
There you go.
Out of class number 25, 22 head shown. Lambs weigh 131 to 134 pounds. First place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Second place was Anara Schroyer from DeGraff. In class number 26, 23 head shown. Lambs weigh 135 to 138 pounds. First place, Carson Narup from Loveland. Second in that class was Hayden Bryant from Ashland. In class number 27, 23 head shown. 23 head shown. Those lambs weighed 139 to 142 pounds. First place, Reese Cook from Mansfield. Second place was Efren Fowler from Salesville. And in class 28, 20 head shown. Lambs weigh 143 and up. First place, Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Second in the class was Sutton Weston from Marion. Again, this was our black-face cross division. We'll need to have the champion in reserve out of this division to come back to this evening for our grand drive, but our black-face cross, always one of the largest shows of our class for today. We showed right around 600 head, just a little short of 600 head. And anyhow, this is one of the bigger shows of the day. So let's give these exhibitors here in the ring a nice hand for an excellent, excellent black-face cross show. I know it's going to get busy later on this evening in the grand drive, but again, I want to thank all the sponsors. On behalf of the Sheep Barn staff, we want to thank all the sponsors. You can see a lot of the banners around the ring, both up above and in the lower part of the ring, and the big program and the lead program. They have thrown us a lot of money than sponsorships to make this show what it is today, and to make it worthwhile for these junior breeders to come out here and to make this show really competitive. And we want to thank them. Let's give our sponsors a nice hand. Again, we'll have the grand drive tonight yet, and it's to start at 8 o'clock. In between, we're going to have a legislator showdown called the Buckeye Battle. Anyhow, we'll have state representatives and directors that are going to be in a showmanship contest here in the ring while they're setting up the stage and for the grand drive tonight.
really impressive set. And last year when I came and did the open show, I thought the sheep were fantastic. And the one that won, I thought kind of separated himself. And then we had a bunch of really nice ones, and I think you guys stepped it up a little bit. Of course, you know, that's the best thing about coming to this show is maybe you can kind of watch a guy a little bit and maybe get somewhat of a plan. And I think the plan, for the most part, worked well because I think the sheep are outstanding. And what I like the most is when you come to Ohio, there is a tremendous amount of good showmen. And a lot of places have good showmen, but I think there's more good showmen in this state than there probably anywhere. Y'all are well-trained, well-groomed, and from a judge's standpoint, that makes doing this a lot of fun. And then the sheep are really good too, and that makes it even better. We're going to get into these sheep before we do, and I know we have to drive later tonight, but man, this thing works perfect. From the gentlemen and the ladies over at the table to the check-in staff and the guy running the scale. I know those are kind of thankless jobs at times, but they're professionals that do it here, and that makes this show work like it's supposed to. And so I want to say thank you to you guys because it was outstanding. Before we jump into these sheep, and we're going to jump into them a little bit because my biggest pet peeve in life is going to a sheep show and getting beat and then really not knowing what the guy was thinking. So we're going to get back into them just a little bit. But before we do, I want you folks to help me. Let's congratulate this crew that's out here. They did a good job. I'm going to get into a couple of my favorites on down the line here, but those two ewe lambs here on the end that won their light classes, I think those ewe lambs are very, very nice. They're green and immature. Their better days are ahead of them. The one on the end's a little fancy and really cute, and I think this one's going to be stout and rotund and cagey and cheeky, and that one there is going to make some fantastic brood ewe, in my opinion, someday. This is a daggum good sheep, and I think his best days are ahead of him as well. His underlying quality's nice. His top line's good. He's got a big old square rump in him, and I like how he runs uphill awfully, awfully nice. Now, he's probably going to be a few pounds short today, but that is a daggum good sheep, in my opinion, from a skeletal standpoint. I like the shape, the touch, the muscularity, and the expression of that one. He's maybe just slightly more rigid moving, but we're picking on one that I think is awfully well fed and well presented, well shown. As we talked about, this sheep, he probably handles and touches. When he won that class, as I said, as good as any. That is a dense, firm, hard touching, rotund back, big ended one. I wish he's a little heavier structured, and some of it is he's not as furry as maybe a couple of the other ones, but that's something to consider. His so massive in his body and so stout in his body, I just wish his running gear matched. The sheep that was second in that class is a good sucker. He ain't maybe just dead perfect in the heel of his loin, and compared to that one, maybe just a wee bit flatter in the front side of his cage. But that sheep's got a lot of polish, a lot of design, and a lot of balance. I like that critter a great deal. This is a good sheep too, and when he won his class, you know, I told him he's a little bit different for what I typically pick because he's maybe just not quite as massive down his spine, and maybe he could be just a nickel more open in the front side of his rib, but there is a tremendous amount of quality in that bugger. He's tall fronted, he's got good paws and good running gear, he has balanced design. I wish there was a little more, but that is an awfully, awfully good sheep. This one here, his cage and his front end assembly suits me as good as any. That thing is really round in his rib design. I like how his shoulder transitions into that rib cage and his neck just sings right at the top of that blade. That sheep's got a little extra length, which I think gives him a little more balance and a little more design as well. The question is he just big enough in the heel of his loin and he's rotund enough in the top side of his rump? Yet to be determined, but there is a lot of good things in that bugger, and that young lady can show sheep with the best of them, in my opinion. This thing here is stout, and I typically lean towards that kind because he's got a big chest, a big arm, rotund back, and he's probably as big and wide and stout and can handle it as any sheep we've seen in the ring. I wish he was just a little trimmer, not necessarily from a condition standpoint, but maybe just so that he's cleaner in the lower part of his rib cage and his lower cavity, so he's a little more elite up front. But from a carcass characteristic and just from sheer power, that guy's got to be in contention because he is mega, mega stout. This is a good sheep. And the best thing I can say, this young man, all day long, them buggers is ready. Them things handle like a dream, and I'm talking to every one of them, and I'm complimenting you big time, bud. because that's hard to do. You can get one ready, you get 6 of them ready, that says something. That sheep touches like a dream, and that's where it's going to come down to a couple things. He's going to win the handle contest, and because he is firm, he is dense, his hide's perfect, his loin's bulletproof, he's got a big hip, and he's got a big old twist. Compared to another one in here, I'd like to shallow that dude up just 1 inch. Take that sternum and rise it up in his body ever so slightly. But he's got the right kind of feel in him, so he has balance. He'd just be one that if we're going to make him perfect, I may inch it up just 1 inch. But your feed bucket is spectacular in my opinion. The sheep that was second behind him is a good bugger too. He has got all kinds of flair at the surface. His running gear and his paws suit me probably as good as any. He's got a great big arm. He's got a big old chest in him. He's muscular butted. As we said in class, that sheep's a little harder to show, and so sometimes his top line gets a little bit off at times. And I'm just not sure he's quite as just sheer muscularity, has the same kind of muscularity as the one that wins, but that is an awfully good sheep over there. The ewe lamb's good. She's got a good cage. She's flexible. She's mobile. She hinges just a nickel in the heel of her loin. Her tail shoots up just a notch. But that sheep is awfully good in her own right, and she won an awfully tough class. From the outside, that's the best looking bugger in the lineup, in my opinion. His chest is in a good spot. His cage is open and round and nice, and then, as I've said, the transition from his shoulder to his blade, all that is good, and then this sheep is really nice. At the top side of his hip, and he's got that extra turn to his stifle, and you get him in motion, he's coordinated, he's correct, he's able to handle it. One minor criticism of a dang good sheep. That sucker's about a ½ an inch barkier more than I want him to be, and I'd clean him up just a little bit. So if in case you ain't figured it out, my 2 favorites, Boing Boing the Red, he's going to win, or he would win because of leanness, trimness, and how he's got that bugger handling. That one would win because of his skeletal quality and his build. So I'm torn, it's close, that one's going to be the champ. Go ahead and catch him, he's going to be reserved. Good job, bud.
Our champion Blackface Cross goes to Peyton Courtright from Carroll.
Little excitement never hurt anybody. That was good. It gets close for third, and I know I've said it a few times. I've got good choices out here. There's 3 or 4 out here that I think are mega players, and I'm sure 2 days ago when you took these buggers tight, you sheared them to win the show, and unfortunately it didn't quite happen, and yet I know that being 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall in the crossbred division means something in this state, so it's important for me to get it right. And so I'm just going to judge sheep and tell you which ones I like. The young lady that comes in behind are reserved. That is an awfully nice sheep. He is one that I would certainly have enjoyed to have fed. I think his skeleton's in the right spot. I think he did a good enough job of getting that one fed. And from the backside, compared to the one that's going to be 4th, there's just more stuff. This one's going to be 3rd. Nice work.
3rd place comes out of class number 26, Hayden Bryant from Ashland.
The one that's going to be 4th, and I talked about him, his front end assembly is awfully nice. I wish there was just a little more stuff when I stood right behind him and judging right from the backside of his loin back into his tail. He is an awfully good sheep, and the young lady just smoked him when she showed him. Congratulations, be 4th.
4th
Good
place
job.
Goes to Nara Schroyer from DeGraff out of class number 24.
And then it gets close. I think we can walk back down here, and this young man's got that good handling booger that's shaped up and touched up awfully good. As I said, I wish he's a little bit heavier structured. That is a good looking booger that I wish had just a nickel more to him. And then this thing here is just massive as all get out. He's wide, he's stout, he's burly, he's got big paws. I picked on him a little bit because I think he's just a fraction mature as I study him. But he's the one that suits me next. He's going to be 5th. Good job.
5th place comes out of class number 25, Sutton Weston from Marion. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. We'll see you back at 8 o'clock for our grand drive.